Bye. Check, check, check. Test, test. Can you guys hear me? Yes? It's fine? Good. Well, good morning, everyone. How are you doing today? Good? Still too early? 8:30 on a Saturday? Well, welcome to DataCon LA. It is August 13, 2022. My name is Dimas, and we have our co-host here, Bob, and we're excited to bring you the DataCon LA 2022. This year, particularly, will be extra special because it is the 10th anniversary of DataCon LA. Give it up to DataCon LA 2022, guys. So a little bit of history. Did you know that DataCon LA began as the Big Data Camp LA in 2013 with only 250 attendees? It rebranded itself to Big Data Day LA, and it grew to 1,500 attendees. In 2018, the conference became what we know now, the DataCon LA, and had over 2,000 attendees pre-pandemic. What's impressive is that even during the pandemic, it still attracts thousands of virtual attendees. So this is a testament to the dedication of Subhash, our founder of this conference, the volunteers, the sponsors, and of course, you guys, the attendees. And so give yourselves a round of applause.
Hello. Today we have a day full of fun and learning. The talks are all about data organized into 6 different tracks. You may have seen this at data science, one track, data engineering, data infrastructure and security, emerging tech, data for good, and BI reporting use cases. We have keynotes who will be presenting on this stage shortly. We have talks, panels, and tutorials in half a dozen locations around campus. We've selected the most compelling and up-to-date content for you. So take advantage of networking with the best people in the data world today. This is the largest data conference in Southern California, so welcome everybody.
All right, thanks, Bob. So we want to make sure that you guys are all learning and networking within a safe environment, so let's take care of each other. We recommend wearing your masks whenever it's possible. Some of you might already received your water bottle, so please use it. We have water refill stations around the campus. It's going to be hot today. Keep yourself hydrated. This year, we won't be serving lunch like in previous years due to the pandemic-related requirements. So, however, we have USC Village and Seeds Marketplace, and then we will have a complimentary coffee in the afternoon at the Alumni Park.
Okay, so now that housekeeping is out of the way, I'm sure you're ready to get this party started. So I'd like to introduce our first keynote speaker, Sohail Katal, who has more than 20 years of experience in both public and private sectors. As CIO of the 2nd largest school district in the US, Sohail oversees the largest technology environment in the nation with over half a million students and employee devices accessing a network of nearly 100,000 wireless access points daily and 30,000 miles of cabling and 16 petabytes of storage. So under his leadership, Los Angeles Unified School District has completed the first infrastructure modernization program, has implemented the first student-centric data analytics program based on the whole child framework, and implemented the first ever real-time live dashboard for the students' home connectivity experience during the pandemic, which contributed to multiple programs for the county, the city, and the state. And he's just getting started, so please extend a warm welcome to Sohail Katal.
Good morning, DataCon LA, and appreciate for the time that provided for me. I really proud to be here to share my experience with this group of enthusiastic people for the data. So some time ago, I was reflecting on my past experience and my career across the information technology. Going back to 80s, I recall the whole of our effort was about producing data, because the data, the way that exists right now, didn't exist as much. So probably data analytics didn't exist to the level that it exists today. So I remember I started being a programmer. Yes, you wanted to analyze the data, you needed to code. Yeah, COBOL, and any other language programming that you know. Then came about the amazing spreadsheet like Lotus, Excel, and revolutionized, put the data in the hand of everybody to be able to analyze it. And nowadays, multiple analytic tools that they can join, merge, modify, and present the data the best way as possible exist all across, and we all using it today. Something is important about data. And when you look at the data by itself, is like looking at the nature. It's something that needs to be brought to the face for the people to be able to understand and communicate with. And the way that I'm portraying it, I'm looking as a data scientist or the data analyst like an artist, because it's not just a science. You look at it, you need to pick the right colors, mix them, and create a vivid picture that your data consumer can understand and relate to. If you hand over the data the way it is to the consumer, depending on the skill that they have, they may or they may not have received what you wanted to communicate with them. And exactly like an artist, when you are painting, your data visualization, your dashboards, and whatever you're creating, that shows them what you want them to see. So with that, in Los Angeles Unified, we started our experience with the data and analytics back in 2000. That's where we created our first decision support system, DSS. That was the phrase those days. You know that every time there is a catchphrase, comes with the data, comes with information technology, and that was the phrase. Even nowadays, a lot of people using it. But yes, DSS was a system that would allow us to be able to analyze and process the student data and be able to come up with some projection about the enrollment, attendance, and everything else. So what I'd like to share with you, the roadmap that we had from DSS until today, it wasn't straightforward. It was a curvy road, as you see. There was a lot of ups and downs as we were creating these platforms. We started with the DSS back in 2000. We grew to more advanced system. We called it My Data. Now we put the data in the hand of the teachers with My Data. That was the first ever experience in K-12. Yes, in higher ed, there was experience with that. But in K-12, it was the first time that the teacher could analyze the student data. And I'm not talking just look at the student data. I was talking about analyzing it. Eventually, we grow to more modern system, get data and everything else. I'm not going to bother you with that. But when I joined LA Unified back in 2016, it was the start of the revolution of processing those data in the most meaningful way for everybody to be able to consume. We came with the open data dashboard, put the data in the hand of the public. We came with the whole child framework because all of our data was about accountability for the schools. That was a time that we always wanted to compare ourselves with other school districts across the country, even per school, compare one school against another school. but we never focused on the source of the data, which is a student. That's where we wanted to focus. That's what the whole child framework was adopted by the LA Unified. If you know about whole child framework, it is 5 criteria around the student that shows a student performance is not all academic. It's not just attendance. It's social, emotional, it's health, it's safety. And when you look at it, you say, how you quantify that data? Yes, you can quantify all of that data. Some of these are structured, some of them are unstructured data. Depending on how you capture it, you can see and analyze those data. A couple of weeks ago, actually, we had a discussion how we can really evaluate if we put a program for student health and human services across our district, if that program is functioning and working and improving the well-being of the student. It's as simple as that. We have 500,000 students, all of the data being centralized, whatever they search, whatever they use in their computer, can be filtered through our filtering system. So we could analyze those data without identifying any student information and just find out if the students are in the best state of their life. And this system exists for years, it's not new. But how we are using it, how we put these data around the student, that created the whole child framework. It was a unique experience. So this was before pandemic. And when we got through the pandemic, we had the infrastructure for that data set. And that's where pandemic created the, I probably hate to say that, created the opportunity for us to be able to use that experience to identify the gap that exists in the student instructional when they were remote, when they were not in the school anymore, they were not in the campus. Teacher couldn't share anything with me about them properly because they were remote as well. So we came up with more advanced technology to be able to capture those data. Most of those data, as I said, was unstructured. We pulled the data from Zoom Analytics. You know that during the pandemic, everybody was using Zoom. Pulling that data, how student experience with Zoom. Pulling the data to find how they're connecting through their internet. Are they dropping from the class? Are they absent? Although the report for absenteeism would come through our SAS system, but our focus was, is what the teacher showing as an attendance is a real attendance or assignment being done by the student? That's where we were able to capture all of that. And ultimately, we were able to see if the student even have a proper bandwidth and connectivity to be able to continue with their education. That's where we started the Digital Divide Initiative. The Digital Divide Initiative was for us to be able to consume and capture that data, identify the quality of the services student is receiving, and categorize it based on the different demographics. Demographics that we had it from our SIS data for 500,000 students across the city. It was unique in a way because no other agency or organization had a single source of data across the city that can daily monitor 500,000 consumers and identify based on all the demographics that I said, what that person, that household is experiencing. That's where this project was successful for us, because not only we could target the student that they needed help, we could do a lot of analytics around it. We identified what percentage of a student living in the low income category band for us. We identified, despite all the discussion that was before pandemic, the internet didn't exist in the city of LA that we expected to see. Our data showed that. We could see that we mapped the data through the heat map. We were able to identify where are the hotspots. And it was obvious. It was Southeast LA, it was all the way to San Pedro, it was north in Panorama City. So those data was eye-opening for our partners in other agencies, because we were biggest sample data that they could collect. Again, you're living in a city and you have 500,000 data with ultimate accuracy that could tell you what are we experiencing across with the student connectivity. And obviously this dashboard and analytic data also showed us why and how those students were not connecting. Therefore, they couldn't receive the proper instruction. We came up with the action to close it. And those action involve putting a strategy to come up with the connectivity projects, come up with the devices and everything else, which is logistical. And this project still continues until today. We're still collecting those data. We didn't stop. And we are sharing with federal agencies such as FCC to be able to come up with the new norm for educational usage. And that's where our data helped the FCC to increase the bandwidth utilization for educational use. And I'm not talking just K-12. From 25 megabit per second standard that they define in their program to 100 megabit per second after they saw our data. So, our data, the story doesn't end here. This is what we did so far. But another thing that we did during the pandemic, we realized our legacy systems are not sized enough to handle that amount of data we were processing. That's been modernized and moved to the cloud platform, embedded technologies such as the Snowflake and other data streaming platform to be able to get the data as fast as possible and as reliable as possible to hand over to our data consumers, which were local district, there were schools, there were administrators, and the teacher. Now they all can analyze our data for everything in a matter of minutes, rather than waiting for 2 days for us to process the data. So in the future, we are looking for more AI implementation to make the data more usable for our consumer. And hopefully we can take a more futuristic approach by adding NLP and other technology that make a narrative for the teachers rather than them deciphering the data on their own. So with that, I think that was our story. It was short. I want to make sure that we share with the public. And again, if any one of you willing and wanting to share and collaborate with us, our open data has all of our data. You can pull it, you can play with it, and we love you to share your experience with us and help us to help our students. Thank you.
Just leave that back.
Thank you, Sohail. Our next guest is Lakshmi Sharma. She is currently the Chief Product and Chief Strategy Officer at Fastly, a global programmable edge cloud platform designed to help enterprises and developers extend their core cloud infrastructure closer to users. Before Fastly, she was the Director of Product Management for Networking in Google Cloud. She also led products and engineering at Cisco, Brocade, RIFT.io, Apsara, and Target. Lakshmi is passionate about building inclusive and transparent organizational cultures where everyone feels supported in their growth and empowered to make an impact in the organization. In personal life, she believes education is the best way to bring equality. Please welcome Lakshmi Sharma.
Hello, everyone. Okay, working. Hi, everyone. You heard about me. So I'm going to talk about internet. I'm going to talk about how internet works. Maybe you all know. I will add a little bit to that knowledge. But I will talk about a little bit details about what happens when you type a URL into your browser. What happens when you bring up an app? What are different components? Network components, security components, what all those components are. And in that story, I will put in my company, which is Fastly, which is an edge cloud company. So with that, I will start with that. So a little bit about Fastly. So who is Fastly? You can't read this, right? It was supposed to have some animation. So Fastly's vision is to enable a secure, engaging, and really fast internet experience. So what does that mean? Anything that sits on internet, like how, when you want to, let's say you want to bring up a website, you want to bring up an app, and especially like past 2.5 years, like when we all are connected to internet, You really want things to be fast, and you're also worried. You're also worried, am I giving all my data? Where is my data secure? Where is it secure? Who's touching it? So let me take you through a little bit of journey of who touches it, where it goes, and in that story, we'll talk a little bit at the end about what data privacy means in this world of internet security, and distributed components. So this is Fastly. Fastly started 10 plus years ago, went public like 3 plus years ago. So the founders of the Fastly, the time when they were building, they were all developers. So they wanted to build their applications for internet. Internet was coming up, and then it was just growing really, really fast. When they would put something, they would deploy an application, let's say, I'll take an example of Lakshmi's Bank. So if I wanted to build a Lakshmi's Bank application and put it onto internet and have everybody on internet, just go access it, and then let's say Lakshmi's Bank want to partner with, say, some third-party ATM vendors who want to run my ATM around the globe. If I wanted to enable that for all those ATM providers in the world, let's say then there are these microloan companies in Asia, in South America, they wanted to kind of partner with my Lakshmi's Bank. How would you do that? And I'm talking about speed, which is 10x, 100x, like talking about like every year. Number of developers growing, number of kind of internet users growing. How would somebody have done that speed of deployment, speed of access, speed of delivery, and then while doing all of that, designing a very globally distributed system that people can attach to with really kind of single click of a button? It did not exist. Cloud is emerging, developers as a fancy and very respectable kind of persona was emerging. DevOps, DevSecOps, lot of these things. But then there was no infrastructure, there was no cloud platform. There was not that ring that could connect the globe for Lakshmi's Bank to build applications, them to connect all these microloan companies in different parts of the world. These ATM vendors, all they want to do is like white label to Lakshmi's Bank. So they didn't exist. So that's what this company built, a globally programmable edge where they can deploy. People can build their applications, software defined throughout the globe. So there are certain numbers. Let's just pick number 215 terabits per second. Capacity throughout the world, like 1.5 trillion requests served every day. We are talking about a global capacity. This is still like, it may not sound really big number to some of you, but these are really big numbers when you're talking about, users. What does the life of an internet looks like? So when you type something, what happens? You say, www means www.lakshmibank.com/ATM or /microloan. It goes and it translates into something which a DNS, that's a security and network component that resolved, that sits into your internet, what means AT&T, Verizon, depends on what service you have. Then it goes to something called point of presence. That's where this is a traditional way, then some security will happen that will send it to something else, and then another POP, depending on where your data sits. Say Lakshmi's Bank, let's say applications and data is sitting maybe East Coast or somewhere in Europe and maybe in India. So it will take you all the way there. So imagine how many components we are talking about. How many places do we have to touch security? So what the first wave of things or the innovation happened was to converge one POP to second POP to something called DMZ, which protects your data with firewalls and IPsec content, a lot of security things. So something called ZTNA started, which is Zero Trust Network Architecture, which led to another thing called SASE, which is Secure Access and Service Design, which an edge word came there. So bringing all those 3-4 hops that you see in to something called edge is where Fastly was building for many years ago. And for a few seconds, I will take Fastly from this discussion, but remember this now, bringing a lot of these hops around the world into a distributed software framework. And what does it do? It brings your security into one framework. It brings your data control in, not so many distributed places. So it makes it easy, right? This is how, while we are talking about data, this from different places, different country regulations, these are the things that help you make it easy. So typical kind of, customer workflow or say user workflow and application workflow. So this red thing in the middle is what, when you look at in the previous slide, it converges 3 columns. And you can come and bring your firewalls and your rules and policies, data policies, governance right at that place. Makes it really easy. I heard about the power of developers in the previous, with the previous speaker. They talked about like how they were a developer, they had to put these automation and logic to just analyze data. Now imagine power to that excellent kind of global framework of so many capabilities, and every developer could go build their own security policy, data analytics policy, all of that. So that's what this thing called edge cloud or edge paradigm with zero trust or secure edge or secure processing edge compute brought to the developers. Just quick number, there are like close to 50 million developers this year, like as of the number. 2 years ago, this was 30 million. So if you had kids like me who are interested in programming and all, that's a great area to be in. So, so edge, what, just kind of redefining, what should edge be? It should be really fast, be anywhere, very easy to access, and trusted. What all do you need at that? And you need something called app, right? Application, we are talking about application, what you call app protection. It has to be developers friendly, as I talked about. The only way to kind of, go really fast, whether it is data analytics, whether it is like, security, whether it is compute, whether it is storage, whether it is databases, you need that fast operationalization of the information or the logics that you have or the business logic. That all needs to happen fast. So there are these kind of, there are a lot of tooling and there are a lot of kind of integration happening through different, say, new personas and new roles or new companies who are investing into DevOps, DevSecOps. That is all about kind of bringing these multiple components together. But you need to be protecting it everywhere, right? How do you protect? When we say protect, there are multiple things. Authentication, authorization, policies of that country, like, and it comes from a user, from the internet coming to their application, which is sitting in some place, let's say a data center or cloud. So you're talking about authentication, authorization through that first set I talked about, or a builder who's building your application for Lakshmi's Bank or the ATM or the microloan in wherever they are. But then at the end of the day, it's like when it is users' data, you have to be building your design and architecture really, really careful, very careful. So the data privacy, and I'm not using word data security because I'm talking about data privacy. What data can you store? What data can you not store? Where do you store? How long do you store for especially like for past 4 or 5 years? And since like the cloud became kind of, more in adoption, it has become the requirement for any deployment. So data privacy, and that's what kind of, I will end this presentation with. So there are a lot of, remember, so I'm pretty sure you're all like here because you all love data, you talk about data analytics, ingestion, all those kind of, work around it. But from a cloud perspective, from an edge perspective, privacy and regulations, and we really work hard on, as an industry, to look into how we deploy it, how we build the, privacy, and how we build the infrastructure, how we build the cloud, so that we maintain. And one of the ways in which you do is that don't store data. I'm talking about this, and a data con saying that don't store data. So that you cannot, but this statement doesn't apply to all the places. But when you're edge, you basically say, I will only keep this information for these many microseconds, and I'll drop everything off before kind of I even enter into the data privacy and data guidelines. So that's how we are designed, that we don't store data. We just edge, cache, APIs, authentication, authorization, anything that you have, that's how we design. So thinking about data privacy many years ago, that's how the edge paradigm is. Sending, so a lot of companies are working towards it. And, I know I talked about data, not storing data in DataCon, but this is how kind of internet is evolving and internet edge works. Thank you so much. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Lakshmi. That was very interesting. So we have our next speaker is Peter Liu. Peter is the Acting Chief Information Officer for Los Angeles County. With over 35 years of public sector IT experience, he serves as principal advisor to the CEO and provides strategy, leadership, and guidance on enterprise IT initiatives, IT governance, and the delivery of IT capabilities. Prior to joining Los Angeles County, Mr. Liu was a director of consulting services at a large multinational firm where he was responsible for the successful delivery of multiple public sector ERP and public health projects at state and local governments. Please welcome Peter Liu.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. As Bob mentioned, my name is Peter Liu. I'm a lifetime public servant with a small stint in between my sandwich career and private sector. What I'd like to do is share with you a little bit the data journey at LA County and some of the things that we've done to build out the capabilities. Thank you. To support our board priorities as well as emerging social needs, and also some forward-looking things that we're looking to continue to evolve our technology. But before I start, just to kind of give you a little bit about the County of Los Angeles. We're the largest county in the nation. Very few people understand what LA County does. You deal with cities, you deal with municipalities. The County of Los Angeles is actually the largest employer in a county of 4,000 square miles, comprised of 88 cities, LA City being the biggest one, right? Then you've got Long Beach and Pasadena and many of the communities that you live in. But there's also about half the county in geographical area that's comprised of about 120 communities of various sorts. Altadena, for example, is an example of a community, La Crescenta, and so forth. So you know, the sheer size and span of LA County makes some of our problems fairly challenging. So when you look, for example, at the Department of Children and Family Services, it provides foster care and guardian and acts as a guardian for over 22,000 youth in the County of Los Angeles, providing almost 29,000 social welfare benefits to those individuals. And then we also, not a good thing, but they also handle close to about 220,000 calls of child abuse and neglect every single year. So having to respond to that, they use a case management system. That's a statewide system. Department of Social Services serves almost more than half the county population, 5.6 million, doling out benefits of almost 470 million monthly to those individuals and providing those services. Probation, right? Supervisors, 72,000 adults in LA County, as well as 2,800 youths that are being housed in various camps across the county. Sheriff's Department, largest law enforcement agency, is also very engaged with our community, with almost 90,000 arrests that they conduct every year, and they house and manage 14,500 inmates on an average on a daily basis. The housing, the food, the transportation, the security, and everything else. Our Department of Mental Health is one of 3 health departments. Many counties have one health department that deals with all these 3 things. But given the size and complexities and diversity of LA County, we have 3 health departments. One for mental health, which serves over 250,000 clients across 1,000 sites and 300 co-located facilities to attend to the mental health needs at departments, schools, courts, and the jails. Department of Public Health, unfortunately, has been put into the forefront because of the COVID pandemic. Provides 39 programs around communicable diseases as well as infectious disease management across the county. With the most recent COVID, we served over 3.2 million COVID cases and delivered over 26 million doses of vaccinations across the county. And more recently, with the monkeypox endemic that's emerging, it's now becoming a little bit more front and center with public health, trying to respond to also that crisis. Last but not least, our Department of Health Services. Very few people know that the County of Los Angeles runs 4 hospitals, as well as 26 clinics, serving 750,000 patients across the county. So when you look at this as a sampling of this landscape, right? And many of these departments some of them have modernized systems, some of them are using mainframe-based systems, client-server-based systems, old technologies, data buried in various areas of service domains. And then you overlay it with the issue of homelessness, justice reform, child protection and welfare, and health integration. it exacerbates the need for us to really look at ways to begin to tie and connect, if you will, the data that we have in these various repositories so that we can better serve our clients and constituents. Some of the questions that would come up is, who are our clients? Well, each of these departments have modern systems and know what the clients are, but who are the clients at the county level? One of the things we found out is that half our client population have 2 or more services across our county departments. Very little information about that. How do we do that? How do we better assess needs? How do we use data to do that? Coordination of care across these different domains, and how to better understand whether our services are delivering the benefits that we intend to do by assessing client outcomes, right? And then informing us to improve services while protecting the privacy and confidentiality. You heard a little bit about privacy from Lakshmi earlier. The privacy and confidentiality of the information, because a lot of the information that we deal with and share in this domain is ruled by HIPAA, welfare infant codes, CJIS, which is the justice data, and all the security and privacy around that. So how do we navigate and still be able to better serve our clients? So one of the things we realized as we begin to embark on this journey was the need to be able to connect, right? To be able to connect the different clients from these different domains so that we can better understand more holistically our client and the services they are receiving. And using that information that we can better generate insight in terms of how those services are being consumed, right? How do we measure and improve services based on the metrics that we establish and drive the outcomes that we want to achieve, right? And then also to be able to use this data. This is 2 sides of the coin of the data that we're using in LA County. The second side is to help us do quick care coordination, person-centric, to be able to do intervention services, to divert, to be able to provide better rehabilitation, enabling and coordinating and referring services across these different domains. So very, very simply put, the first thing we recognized was we needed to go ahead and create our ability to connect our clients. So that was the first component of a platform that we built out, is what we call our client master data, right? We're able to draw clients regardless of the systems that they use, mainframe as well as modern, to be able to bring those clients across and be able to resolve it. The result of this effort is we now have in this client master data over 31 million clients that we have over the last 10 years that we have interacted with. And incidentally, it confirmed our suspicions that 2/3 of those client population receive 2 or more services. Now we have an ability to enable care coordination teams to be able to go to this repository, get this information, and have a much more holistic view of the clients that they are trying to serve. Similarly, on the service history side, we have over 250 million transactional records within this registry of services that we are now better able to understand and be able to complete and understand how our clients are consuming our services. We have the standard ETLs, and we create this data management platform. It's an oversimplification of what we have put together in place. But what's important here is we use the same set of data to create 2 primary domains or zones. One is what we call an enterprise data store, where the information is identifiable, right? We know who the individuals are, we know what their PII is, and so forth. And we need that information because we need to coordinate care. But then there's also, for the analytics and data side, we also have something called a data lake that anonymizes the same data set and makes it available to our data scientists and the different users of the data to solve, to better understand our client population, the goal of that data analytics is to serve up data that is agnostic of platform, right? Because of the diversity of the county and the different technologies we use, we need to be mindful that we cannot impose our departments to use specific data platforms and data tools, but to serve up the data so that they can consume it in the way that, that they need to do their business. Similarly, on the services side, we build out a service hub that's able to allow us to do service integration to serve up applications. We now have applications that can provide child social workers to be able to do safety assessments on their mobile devices to be able to find out, the domain that they're doing assessments to assess the safety of the child in their environment. We're able to use this information to provide support to homeless outreach teams. So on the mobile devices also, that they can be better informed in terms of who they are trying to serve, what services the individual may have received from the county in the past to better inform them on their needs assessment going forward. Looking forward, we're doing several things in here. As a wrap up, we're beginning to look at how we can begin to leverage machine learning to inform us, to generate patterns and be more predictive, if you will. We're looking at ways to now identify clients that could be potentially at risk of homelessness before they come homelessness, so that we can provide intervention services. We're looking at using the service engine to begin to collect and manage consent, right? Consent to share data, right? And so that we can be able to provide the data to the providers and the care coordinators that need those services. Okay, so that's kind of a very quick snapshot of our data journey. We have lots more to do, but we're really excited that we're in a place that we can begin to build upon what we have and leverage it for future users. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. So our next guest is Eva Pereira. She is the Chief Data Officer for the City of Los Angeles, where she oversees the city's open data program. Her team leads the delivery of a wide range of community data projects and is working to launch the city's first ever racial equity site. She's been named a state and local leading data executive by CDO magazine. Her team is open to collaborating with mission-aligned organizations and connecting folks with city data so they can build impactful projects together. Give your warm welcome for Eva.
Good morning, everyone. I'm really excited to be here today to talk to you about some of the really interesting data projects that the City of Los Angeles is working on around racial equity in partnership with our Chief Equity Officer. So a little bit about the team. I'm Eva. I'm the Chief Data Officer for the City of Los Angeles. My team manages the city's open data portal. So we host over 4,000 data assets across our Socrata open data portal and our GeoHub, which is our home for geospatial data. And in addition to working on open data, my team also works on data projects for different shops within the mayor's office and also sometimes for city departments. So you're looking at our team who's been working on a lot of the work that I'm going to present today. We have some really amazing data fellows from Coding It Forward and Cal's DCLA, and just want to make sure that they get a shout out as well. And so a lot of the data equity work that I'm going to talk about today is supported by some really great leaders at the City of Los Angeles. So Capri Maddox leads the Civil and Human Rights Department, and her team has been incredibly supportive in some of the projects that we're working on. And Brenda Shockley is the city's Chief Equity Officer, who's been incredibly supportive as well. So what do we mean by equity? So this is a map of historic redlining in Los Angeles, and it's overlaid with present-day poverty rates. So you can see that there's still a significant degree of overlap there. And so when we talk about equity, we mean that race should no longer be able to be used to predict life outcomes. You shouldn't see disparate outcomes by race. So we're hoping to improve outcomes for all groups. So how can data advance equity? So I think of it in terms of 4 key improvements. First and foremost, data can be used to improve programs. So for example, let me see, oh, all right, I'm missing some images. So for example, during the pandemic, we rolled out a program to close the digital divide. So we were distributing Wi-Fi hotspot devices to 18,000 students within the LAUSD system. So one way that we use data to advance equity is looking at broadband connectivity rates by census tract, and then looking at adoption of the program by census tract to see if there are any gaps. So that was very informative in terms of helping us realize where we needed to do more outreach and where the program could be improved. Another way that data is used to promote equity is in city services. So transit departments, for example, will frequently look at demographic and socioeconomic data to figure out where they need to expand services. City operations are another area where we're looking at, how is, the city of Los Angeles is incredibly diverse. So does the city workforce reflect that diversity? And are we promoting fairly? So that's another key area that we're looking at. And finally, policy change. I think all of these research projects are very helpful in changing direction and changing strategy when necessary. So like I mentioned, typically the data projects that we work on fall into these three categories. So we're looking at resource allocation, where is the need the greatest, and how can we route resources to those areas. Gap analysis, so where are the gaps in the reach of this program? Where could we improve it? Where can we do better? And also just general equity analyses. I am missing some images. Okay, well, I'm just gonna wing it. So the best practices that were supposed to be on this slide were a series of images. So first and foremost, I would say disaggregate data whenever possible. Aggregated data hides a lot of underlying trends that may be happening, and so you'll miss those signals if you're just looking at aggregated data sets. So, I'll get to a project later, but, it's very important to disaggregate by race, by gender, by socioeconomic status to see if there are any underlying trends happening. Another recommendation that I have is to look at the median, not the mean. So in a city like Los Angeles where you have, vast inequality, let's say you're looking at income data, you really want to look at the median because there's so many outliers that can skew the data. Beyond that, I would say in a policy setting, you always want to lead, actually in a business setting too, you always want to lead with insights. So don't hit the policymakers with a bunch of data, give them the takeaways, give them the insights. And finally, I think for any organization, it's important to just promote a data culture, promote data literacy so that everyone knows how to work with data and improve the programs and services that they're managing. So I'm going to talk to you about a couple of projects that we're working on that I'm really excited about, all of which can be found on the Open Data Portal. But one project that recently just wrapped was an analysis into disparities in mortgage lending in Los Angeles. So, this is a really interesting area of study for equity because home ownership is the primary way that households build wealth and transfer it between generations. So, I thought this was a really interesting avenue of study. And the Urban Institute had actually done one at a nationwide level. So I wanted to compare it and see how LA is faring compared to the nation. So we actually pulled some data from the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Through the Home Mortgages Disclosure Act, you can get data going back to 2018 on who's applying for mortgages and the status of those mortgages, whether they're accepted or denied. So this is the Urban Institute's study on the left-hand side, which we were aiming to replicate. So, basically, I guess nationwide, there are racial disparities in mortgage lending, and they're pretty drastic. I guess the silver lining is that in Los Angeles, it's smaller, the gaps are smaller. So I guess we're faring slightly better than the nationwide average. But citywide, white and Asian borrowers had the lowest denial rate at 14%, whereas Black and Hispanic borrowers and those of two or more races and also our Native populations had much higher denial rates. So that just speaks to like continuing challenges in building family wealth and climbing the ladder. We also broke it apart to look at mortgage denial reasons. So what are the primary reasons that these mortgages are being denied? And so we found that across all groups, debt to income ratio is the primary reason that these mortgages are being denied, at over 30% for all groups. The second most common reason was lack of credit history and credit score. So that speaks to some policy and some program interventions that could be promoted. So one policy recommendation we thought of was encouraging lenders to improve equity programs, potentially expanding state and local down payment assistance programs to help people get their foot on the ladder, and also promoting policies that will close the racial wealth gap. So researchers from the Urban Institute and Brookings have advocated for reparations, baby bonds, or wealth and estate taxes. So just some policy ideas there. And so this project and others that are on our open data site are going to be housed on a racial equity site, which we're launching in late September. That will be the home for information, data, and resources related to racial equity in Los Angeles. And so if you're interested in this sort of data and city data in general, there are two open data sites that I'd love to point your attention to. One is the GeoHub. That's our home for geospatial data. We have story maps, dashboards, and apps that you can access there, and that's at geohub.lacity.org. And then you can also go to our Socrata open data portal, which is our home for tabular or spreadsheet type data, at data.lacity.org. And there you can find thousands of city data sets, filter and download them, and create your own visualizations or connect it to your own apps. So for those of you who are curious about city data and want to do your own analysis and exploration, I really encourage you to check that out. And finally, if you want to collaborate, I encourage you to reach out to me. My name's Ava, like I said, and really excited to work with mission-aligned organizations and just anyone who's interested in working on city data projects with us. I'd be really happy to speak with you. So thank you all.
You can take this back. Yeah, thank you, Ava. Yeah, I'm pleased to introduce our next speaker, Karthik Ramasamy. He's the head of data streaming at Databricks. Before joining Databricks, he was a senior engineer at director of engineering at Splunk. And before Splunk, he was a co-founder of a company and CEO of Streamlio, building next generation event processing infrastructure. And at Twitter, he created Twitter Heron, which was open sourced and used by several companies. He has 2 decades of experience building parallel databases, big data infrastructure, and networking. Karthik has a PhD in computer science from the University of Wisconsin-Madison and is the author of several publications, patents, and a popular book, Network Routing Algorithms, Protocols, and Architectures. Please welcome Karthik Ramasamy.
Thank you. Thanks for the introduction. It's good to be back in person, attending conferences and giving talks. So I'll be talking about a new initiative that we started at Databricks called Project Lightspeed. I'll talk about what is it and why we started it. So let me go over it from an introduction point of view. What is streaming? Stream data processing refers to a paradigm of data processing where data is processed as it's being ingested rather than a traditional way of querying the data at rest, right? So the data is collected from CDC, from databases, the collection agents running at various places, various machines, and also IoT-related devices. Then streaming data lands in message bus like Pulsar or Kafka. I think the slide seems to be flickering. Is there any way to fix this? Sorry about that. Okay. Is there any way to? Sorry about that. We didn't know. Yeah, I tried that. It doesn't seem to work. So I think they're working on it. Okay. It's on their end, not on the laptop end. Okay. 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 So the streaming data lands in the message bus like Pulsar or Kafka, from which the streaming pipelines return in Spark, pick it up, and do some additional set of transformations before feed into Delta Lake or even powering dashboards. Let me see if the slide seems to work when you advance to the next slide. So recently we have been seeing a lot of explosion of streaming across the several industry segments, and the streaming itself can be applicable for different industrial verticals, including financial services, which deals with the user streaming for fraud detection, for retail, web retail, for personalization, and the COVID-19 response in healthcare, and so on. So at Databricks, we have seen streaming grow leaps and bounds around more than 150% year after year streaming growth. We started with a few jobs in 2019. Now we are running more than 4 million jobs per day at Databricks. So that clearly shows the importance of streaming across the industries. So if you are still not looking at streaming, you should consider looking at it because your competitors are already looking at it. So there are a lot of logos using structured streaming on the Lakehouse, which is the product that is offered by Databricks. It has experienced 9x growth in 3 years. So what is, like, when I joined Databricks, one of the understanding that I wanted to get a handle on is why it is growing fast. So when we looked at, talked to a bunch of customers and talked to a lot of users, like there are 5 reasons that came up, which is strong reasons for the growth of streaming. So first is unified batch and streaming APIs. It allows developers use the same business logic, which means essentially the same API, whatever you used for batch, and you can turn it on, convert it into streaming with just enabling certain configurations. So The second main reason is fault tolerance recovery. The Spark structured streaming allows you to do an automatic checkpointing and recover only the failure tasks. So which means your whenever the instances fail or processes fail or the nodes fail, it picks it up from where it left off very quickly. So without having to a programmer or a user having to do explicit work. And the third one is it provides high performance throughput. We handle at the customer side, we handle 14 million events, which is close to 1.2 trillion events per day for the most challenging workloads. So it can even do more because Spark is a high throughput system. And it allows for flexible operations. For example, you can express your arbitrary logic and operations on the output of a streaming query using a construct called for each batch within Spark itself. So finally, it allows for stateful aggregations and joins along with the watermarks for bounding the states. These are the top 5 reasons why Spark structured streaming has been growing a lot. So the growth has started, the users started using it for new streaming application as the streaming requirements grow. So one of the examples of new set of applications that are coming online is proactive maintenance in oil drilling. Then elevator dispatch. Whenever you're stuck in an elevator, when you press the alarm button, the dispatch has to be done very quickly, and it all goes through streaming. Then third one is tracing microservices, where if you deploy your operational system using a collection of microservices, you need to trace a particular request along the set of these a graph of microservices to figure out what are the performance issues and any debuggability issues that we can figure it out. So these are the new set of streaming applications that people are using Spark streaming for. And these also expose some of the shortcomings of Spark structured streaming. One is the requirement for consistent sub-second latency. The second one is ease of expressing complex processing logic easily with the API itself. For the example, essentially for tracing microservices like applications. Then integrations with the new cloud sources and systems, because a movement to the as the movement of enterprises toward clouds accelerate, we need to integrate with more different systems as sources as well as as sinks. So what we need to do? So structured streaming needs to evolve to satisfy these new requirements. That's why we started Project Lightspeed, which is the next generation of Spark structured streaming. And Project Lightspeed explores 4 different pillars or 4 different areas. And one of them first is performance. It should be predictable low latency. We are targeting around reduction in tail latency by up to 2x. Then enhanced functionality. Include new advanced capabilities for processing data with the new operators and easy to use APIs using something called Windows, advanced Windows, asynchronous IO, and other APIs. The third one is operations and troubleshooting, simplifying deployment, operations and monitoring and troubleshooting so that you can pinpoint any issues when the pipeline is running very quickly as soon as possible. The fourth one is improving the connectors and ecosystem for connecting to different sources and sinks, and also improve their authorization features. So I'm going to give a sample about each one of those pillars. So for predictable low latency, we did a lot of benchmarking inside Databricks to figure out what are the hotspots. And one of the things that we found out is what we call bookkeeping, which is essentially means offset management. So essentially, like whenever a how many of you know that Spark uses something called microbatch? No? Okay. So Spark uses some architecture called microbatch, so which means every microbatch is scheduled first and run to completion before the next microbatch starts. So during the start of a microbatch, we plan what records needs to be executed for that microbatch. So that's what called offset ranges. Essentially, what range of record constitute that microbatch from a message bus like Kafka and Bovard. The second, then the microbatch is executed. Then once the microbatch is executed, when it finishes, you have to checkpoint the fact that this microbatch is done, which is essentially mark batch done, right? These are all forced commit logs, like write-ahead logs that are forced into external storage. And that costs a lot of time from a latency perspective, which means you are executing each one of them sequentially, right? Now, that we timed it around 440 milliseconds. So now, when we made it to some kind of overlap execution where the storing of persistent offset ranges along with micro batch processing, when you do overlap between them, so the time reduced to 120 milliseconds. That is a 4x or 73% improvement in latency, right? So these are the various hotspots that we have figured out, and Project Lightspeed is going to improve the latency to a few hundred milliseconds, or less than a few hundred milliseconds. So then Python as a first-class citizen. So Spark provides a PySpark API on which you can do streaming as well. And it has already a lot of Python API that allows you to do DDL operations, input, output, windowing, aggregation, grouping, joins, filtering, and query management, etc. But there is a small gap in that API as well, which is what you call as arbitrary stateful processing, which allows you to manipulate your state in Python itself directly, rather than using Scala or Java. So those are the two API that we are adding for Python, so that the Python becomes a first-class citizen, and you can use streaming for Python itself. Then from an improving debuggability perspective, we want to visualize the pipelines as a data flow, as data moves from one operator to the other, and provide a timeline view of the metrics for operators, so that when you click on operator, you can see what was processed at time t0 and what was processed at time t1 and time t2, etc. And group the operator metrics by executor, because the executor is a Spark concept where multiple operators are from different pipelines are running. So how to summarize the metrics by executor level, and incorporate source and sink metrics, because source and sink systems are different from Spark. So can you pull out the statistics and provide them on a single pane of glass? So that is these four improvements will constitute what we call improved debuggability to spot the problems as soon as we can. So, and there are many more things as a part of Project Lightspeed. If you're interested in Project Lightspeed, type Project Lightspeed Databricks. There's a blog that we published in June that has a lot of details about what are the exact features that we are working on. And the Project Lightspeed is being worked on open source. If anybody is interested in collaborating with us, reach out to me. And so in LinkedIn, I'll be happy to connect with appropriate folks. And so here are the tracking JIRAs on the open source. And that's all I have to say. And thanks for listening.
Thank you, Karthik. So we have a couple more. If you guys want to stick around. The next we have Dr. Heidi Oja. She has been an orthopedic clinician in non-surgical care for 18 years and is the top-cited researcher in the world on direct-to-employer models to proactively reduce claims costs. She founded Aware Health and serves as a CEO and loves learning every day from her team, employees, and most importantly, from employer executives. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Heidi Oja.
Hi, everyone. I, first of all, just wanted to introduce myself, Dr. Heidi Oja, like they had mentioned. I'm just wondering, how many of you in the audience are students? If you could just raise your hands. Okay, and how many represent companies? Okay, it just gives me a sense of who's like other that don't fall into those two categories. Okay, maybe friends and family. All right, thanks so much. So we're a company that gives care for muscle, nerve, and joint pain for companies. So we partner with employers, and we also, on a request basis, provide care for individuals for muscle, nerve, and joint pain. So this is a pretty big problem. It's a $600 billion problem that this much is spent on orthopedic conditions each year. And the most costly types of procedures or surgeries that contribute to this cost. So we're talking about surgeries of the spine, like fusions, wrist surgeries like carpal tunnel syndrome, and many more like joint replacements. And so if your company happens to be self-insured, 60% in the US are, and if your company is over 100 employees, you're probably a component of your plan is self-insured. It's the top category of spend, second only to payroll. And so it's a huge cost to your company's bottom line. So the thing is, 95% of these surgeries are no more effective than doing nothing. And I know this as a clinician because I've been a researcher and I graduated from USC, go Trojans. And I've been working to publish, and I really have seen in my example so many patients that have had like 10 knee surgeries and are being scheduled for an 11th knee surgery. And it's frustrating to me when I know none of those surgeries were indicated. And so it's really propelled me to do something about it with my company. So I work with Jim Jenkins. He's our CTO, and he worked at AliveCore, led their engineering team, built a mobile medical device, and together we've built our company together. So this is how it works. The employee logs the problem on the phone, and like if we were to partner with your company, the employee would enter our app and schedule on the same day. And this is really important to us because same-day care is important to accelerate the timeline of recovery. Usually you wait 2 or 3 weeks to get specialty care or start a treatment plan. So if you log a problem on our app, the same day you have pain, you see an orthopedic clinical specialist in non-surgical care. We use a 3D model to show you your diagnosis. And we assign a customized treatment video to your plan, and then also do in-person follow-up until you reach your goals. And this plan arrives on your mobile device, and it helps you get better faster. It also decreases lost work time for employees by 10x, and our Net Promoter Score is really high. And on top of all of it, we avoid a potentially unnecessary surgery. So just to kind of connect the dots a little bit, how does decreasing unnecessary imaging result in decreased risk of surgery? This is just an example of somebody named Mike who twisted his knee hiking, and he went in to see the orthopod, who immediately does a radiograph. It shows bone on bone. And you know, he has been living with this bone on bone for probably many years, but because it's visual and he sees it, he's concerned about it, and does a series of injections, then ultimately chooses to replace his knee. And I think this highlights the difference between the traditional medical system and Aware Health, because we use back-end algorithms to determine who needs imaging, who doesn't, without missing one fracture, one serious condition that we would need to image. And so we reduce imaging by, we've only imaged 3% of all the cases coming into our app. So by greatly reducing imaging, we can accelerate recovery and decrease concern and decrease surgical rates for companies. So these are all the companies that we've worked with. And you can see here that in the yellow, it's the cost of those who've used us per member per month. And the green shows the cost of those that are using the insurance-based system. So we're greatly able to accelerate recovery, which is better for the individual because they get better faster, but also greatly decrease cost for the employer. And I would say, you know, for the students out there, it greatly decreases cost for you because you don't have to spend that, you know, copay deductible or co-insurance towards imaging and surgeries. This is another example. We map out the per member per month in 2 different categories of musculoskeletal. Green is the kind of women's health side of musculoskeletal, and yellow is the non-women's health side. So with these costs, the spikes that are really high, are multiple surgeries that are done for employees of companies for that year. And you can see with this particular company, as we implemented our service here, we drastically reduced cost when we started to roll it out to all employees. So for this particular company, over 1 year, we're saving $2 million approximately. So we're serving over 2,000 paid members, $240,000 ARR is kind of financially where we're at, and we have $10 million of sales in our pipeline. And we're the only provider right now that diagnoses without imaging. Most people think you need an image if you have pain to find the diagnosis, but we're able to do that efficiently without that. And we're the only ones that prevent chronic pain versus treating it, and we are saving more than double other competitors in terms of cost. So we're really motivated right now to work with as many companies as we can, and most oftentimes companies don't feel like they have a musculoskeletal problem, and every single time they have one when we pull their data. So we are offering a free service to pool your data if you're interested. My email is included here, and we'd love to just meet with you over email. If you mention DataCon, we'll do this whole process free of cost. So reach out to me, and we'd love to start a conversation. Also, students, if you're interested in kind of being a beta user in our system and want a free evaluation, feel free to email me as well. All right, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Oja. I'd like to introduce Ron Galperin, who's been a favorite speaker at DataCon LA for several years. He is the independently elected controller of the city of Los Angeles. He serves as a watchdog for taxpayers at City Hall, making sure public dollars are spent efficiently and effectively. Controller Galperin oversees teams and audits municipal departments, manages payroll and spending, reports on the city's finances, and pursues fraud and waste. He launched the city's first open data portal in 2013 and uses data and technology to create a more transparent, accountable, equitable, and modern government for everybody. Please welcome Ron Galperin.
Good morning, everybody. Is this working? Great. As you mentioned, I'm Ron Galperin. I am a controller of the city of Los Angeles. Sometimes I think I have the most deceptive title of all of the elected officials in the city of LA. Alas, I do not get to control everything, but it is my job to keep the finances of the city in some semblance of control. And I think of it as an aspirational title in terms of how much one does control. But thank you, Subhash, and also for DataCon LA for inviting me again to be part of this event. You heard from the county and also from our city's data chief. And as controller of our nation's second biggest city, it's my job to be the taxpayers' watchdog, overseeing our finances, our spending, our operations, to make sure that public dollars are really serving the 4 million plus residents of our city, keeping government honest, responsive, accountable, and making sure that it's working internally. All the money that's paid out in salaries and benefits to all of our city employees, that goes through my office. Payments made to our vendors in the billions of dollars a year, to our contractors that the city does business with, that also comes through my office. And we also do financial reporting, forecasting, tracking. We perform financial and performance audits, and we issue reports about what's working and what's not working. As a public official, I see it as my job to make as much information as possible available and accessible to anybody and to everybody who wants it, with a few caveats, of course. It builds awareness, it modernizes, it revolutionizes the way that government operates, and help us to come up with creative solutions as we face challenges, everything from climate change to homelessness in Los Angeles and well beyond. And I wholeheartedly believe in the ability of data and technology and innovation to improve lives and communities. I see it as a tool for democracy, actually a necessary tool for democracy, a critical starting point for helping to build trust in government. And let's be honest, people are not feeling very trusting of government these days. And so I believe that open data can help to build and to rebuild that. I'll also note that in an age of political polarization, where facts are often twisted or ignored, that good and reliable data, I believe, is more important than ever. It was mentioned when I first came into office, I wanted to really open up the doors, the windows, the skylights of the city's finances and much more for everybody to see. And I launched Control Panel LA, which was the city's first open data site. Now, 9 years ago, when I came into office, there was no open data site. Actually, my office had lots of fax machines and no Wi-Fi, which was horrifying to me when I came into office. We changed that very quickly, of course. And we were told that in creating the first data portal, it was going to be very expensive, it was going to be a long process. And actually, that turned out not to be the case, at least for the first iteration of it, when we created a partnership with Socrata, which has since grown exponentially. And we began with financial data, but we greatly expanded it. And so Control Panel LA, and if you go to lacontroller.org, you'll find that is the definitive source for machine readable, interactive data about finances, payroll, revenues, performance, and much more. We've got a payroll explorer, we've got the virtual checkbook of the city, we've got applications to allow residents to easily monitor how that money is being spent. Because while my title is controller, the reality is it's impossible to control everything. But when you put it out there for everybody to see, other people are able to also be part and partnership of that role of being watchdogs of your money. Now, I really believe in bringing data to life, and we go beyond just collecting and publishing data. And we do it with data analysis, with visualizations, trying to really bring this to life. And by the way, making it colorful, making it fun, making it interesting so that people actually get engaged in it, and using all sorts of metrics. We've created dashboards and infographics and videos and maps and data stories, all sorts of interactive online tools to also provide some context for all of that data. Some of the most recent features that we have include, we did a map of every single one of the food pantries, not just in Los Angeles, but throughout the state. By the way, I'll note that we did that during COVID. It quickly became the #1 visited feature of my website, which tells me an awful lot about the level of food insecurity and how much it is important to get that information out to people who need it. We updated our city finances dashboard with real-time insights into the financial health of the city, tracking our general fund, our reserve fund, all of our many hundreds of funds, what's going in, what's going out, our debt ratio, spending, and much more. I also mapped every single one of the properties owned by the city. By the way, the city of LA is the largest owner of properties within Los Angeles. We own more parcels than anybody else. This has become really crucial for me in that when you look at the crisis that we have of homelessness, I believe the least we can do is be looking at properties that we own as a city government, be it for permanent housing or be it for bridge housing or be it even for other kinds of places where we can temporarily help to get people off the street and into better shape, and couple that, of course, with much needed social services. We've done also mapping of illegal dumping, of all of the oil wells in Los Angeles, what's in your backyard, of sidewalk repairs, of affordable housing, and much, much more. And also we really pioneered the equity index. You heard a little bit about how that is morphing into more now within the city, but it's an interactive tool that you'll find on my website, measuring structural disparities and barriers, measuring socioeconomic factors, access to resources, educational attainment, environmental hazards, and much, much more. And I'm really looking forward to seeing this over time used as an actual tool in terms of how money gets distributed in the city so that we do a much more equitable job of it. You know, tough times bring new opportunities, and COVID-19, which of course we've been living with for almost 2.5 years, shockingly, has been a tough time, but also has provided new opportunities in terms of how we use data. In my office, we created a resource hub with all sorts of hundreds of resources to connect people, but also tracking the virus and a breakdown for every neighborhood, race, ethnicity, gender, age. We did the same for vaccine implementation so that people could see the disparities and so that the city could actually act on them. And you'll also find on my site tracking every single dollar, well more than $1 billion, and exactly where it went that was related to COVID. How much of it went to PPE, how much of it went to overtime, how much of it went to contractor A and B and C, and much, much more. And these are just a few highlights of how we're employing data. And it's evolving daily, of course, and I believe that the opportunities are limited. Really, nobody was talking about open data 9-10 years ago, and so we've come a long way since then. But of course, not all the data is in one place or in one system, and that continues to provide a lot of challenges. And a huge collection doesn't come without its trade-offs. Our city, in many ways, is watching us, each and every single one of us, with license plate scanners, with cameras, with data about our businesses, data gathered in issuing hundreds of types of licenses and permits. Very sensitive data that is gathered by our paramedics, by our police department, by every department in our city and county and many levels of government. Actually, I issued a report on this about a year ago that really kind of took a look at all this kind of data that's being gathered about us and how can we use it for good and make sure that it's not being misused, because there are unfortunately opportunities for that as well. So data, like everything else, can be used for good, and we have to be careful to make sure that that is in fact happening. As a data geek, it is really exciting to be among all of you again this year and to be doing it in person. Isn't that great? And to really be able to share our mutual enthusiasm for data and for technology. I'll close out by saying that the Office of the Controller has some great opportunities for employment, for internships, and more for those who are interested in data and doing good with it. And please check us out. Again, at lacontroller.org, you'll find a whole bunch of information about the available opportunities. I'll say that together, I really believe that we can transform our communities and our future with data and with how we use it. So thank you again for having me, and I wish you all a great time today. And before I get off the stage, I've got a number of certificates of recognition from the City of Los Angeles, which I'm happy to hand out. One is for the USC Marshall School of Business. So somebody wants to come up and accept it. I'm just going to read a small little part of this. And among other things, it says that the school, as we all know, is an integral part of the LA landscape and really has done an amazing job in Los Angeles and internationally, continues to expand. We're so grateful for your involvement with DataCon, but so much more. And so here is one of these handy dandy certificates from the City of Los Angeles. There you go. I'm hounded by paparazzi all the time. Congratulations. And then also, there is a whole bunch of certificates of appreciation for the wonderful volunteers. I won't read the whole certificate, but there is a list here of folks that is going to be read. Please, I want to invite you to come up and engage in the paparazzi extravaganza.
All right, so we have Cal Todorov.
All the names in one time, and then everybody comes up. Yeah.
And then Rich Ung, Sanjeev Sagal, Bob Neustadt, Eli Salkin, Ozzy Darula, Ruben Barrios, Nancy Malucci, Robbie Smith, Arti Anaswamy, Jermaine Louis, Michelle Amel, Ritesh Dedya,
And our host, Dimas Soprato.
All right, so as we close this keynote session, we want to thank our sponsors, USC, Boomi, Interest Cluster, MongoDB, and StarRocks. Please visit their booths and get your passport stamped to qualify to win an Amazon Echo today. So you don't want to miss that. Get your passport. We have friendly volunteers wearing this t-shirt around the campus to help you find your way around, and don't hesitate to reach out to them if you have any concerns. Bob and I are signing off. Thank you very much. We hope you gain something useful today, and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Hello? Okay. We have one person sitting here, so wait for him to come back.
If you want to be effective.
Oh, yeah, please.
And I just don't,
Go ahead
I still
and
feel
see.
very, very passionate about what I do. I mean, I wouldn't do anything else, but you have to know when to moderate that. So, you know, you'll get, you have to be really pragmatic about it. So, you know, I'll get people who will
Testing one,
be
two, three.
like I was
Can you
saying,
hear me?
They'll say, I don't understand
Oh,
why
okay.
we're blocking this release or why this is taking priority. We're talking about 1% of the population, which obviously, you know, that's not the case. But
and it's just knowing when to take that one and when to step back.
yeah,
Because there's so many things. I think that's,
oh yeah.
that's been a conversation I have. So we still wait for one person to come.
Yeah, he went to the restroom, but should we wait till some more audience comes? Should we?
We're also just being recorded and streamed, so it's up to you. If you'd like to wait 5 minutes, we can. If you want to.
Okay.
That's a, I mean, I can't steal that from you. It's really good.
All right, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Now I hear it. Jensen, you want to go for it?
Testing. Yep.
Testing.
All right. Sorry, I couldn't really hear, and I don't know where to look.
I was trying to figure out where the voice was coming from. Oh, hey.
Oh, hello. I was like, this is the voice of God. Thanks.
Yeah, anyway, it's the conversation.
Hello, everybody, both people here in the audience and also people who are going to be watching this streaming later. I'm going to just cut to the chase because we have about 45 minutes. This is our panel on data and accessibility. We have Joe Devin as the moderator, accompanied by Jenison Asuncion, Stephen Erbrick, hope I didn't mutilate that, and Joe Sweet. Where's it, John Sweet? John.
It's that second one.
John Sweet, I'm sorry. So I'm going to let them take it away. They'll take your questions if you're here in the audience during the panel, and we'll end in 45 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Joe Devin. I am CEO of Diamond and also co-founder of Global Accessibility Awareness Day and chair of the GAD Foundation. And I'm telling you all of that as a lead-in to Jenison, who I will ask to introduce himself, and you'll see why in a moment.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Jenison Asuncion. I am co-founder alongside Joe of Global Accessibility Awareness Day and the GAD Foundation. And in my day job, I head up accessibility engineering evangelism at LinkedIn.
Thank you, Jenison. John Sweet.
Hey, I'm John Sweet. I currently am the Senior Director of Accessibility Compliance at Pluto TV, which is a free ad-supported streaming company. And there I lead up all of the accessibility and data compliance efforts.
Thank you. And now Stefan.
Yeah, hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Stefan Average. I'm the Chief Data Officer at Children's Hospital Los Angeles. I'm also a professor here at USC and the Keck School of Medicine in the Department of Radiology. So I'm joining the panel to talk a little bit about healthcare and specifically how it affects accessibility in the nexus of data and data science.
Thank you, Stefan. All right, so we have had some conversation amongst ourselves that really flowed nicely, and I would like to make this conversational, though I'll lead with questions. But if you feel like you're enjoying the conversation, please go ahead, and if anyone has questions, just raise your hand and we'll take questions as we go along. So why don't we kick off with a question that I think anybody that comes to a panel like this would want to know. Is there bias in data science when it comes to people with disabilities, and in what form does that take? And since we do have Stefan from the healthcare side of the equation, if you can have a healthcare angle to it, or if you want to comment from a healthcare perspective, please do so as well. So why don't we start with you, Jennison, and then go across.
So like any marginalized group or minority, I would say yes, there is some level of bias, and part of that is because a lot of folks in data science, similar to a lot of engineers and designers, don't interact on a day-to-day basis with people with a variety of different disabilities or impairments, or they think that people with disabilities or impairments are just like folks who are wheelchair users or folks who are blind. They don't necessarily know that 70% of people with disabilities have disabilities or impairments that you cannot see with the eye. So just in that level of misunderstanding or not knowing who might have a disability or what it defines a disability, I think that absolutely plays into a level of bias on the part of some data scientists.
Thanks, Jennison. And John, feel free to comment. If anybody doesn't have an answer for a particular question, that's no problem either, but please go ahead.
I mean, I just want to disagree with Jennison just to be contrarian, but I really can't yet, because there is bias inherently. Jennison kind of touched on the way we collect data, the way that we look at the people from whom we are collecting data, but there's also this data divide in AI and the way it uses data in order to learn in machine learning systems. For instance, if we look at graphical image recognition, the way that computers learn how to recognize images can differ if there is a photo taken by a person who is blind, or in transcription services, there are accents that originate from disability that can be difficult for transcription services to interpret. And actually most recently, and maybe the most impactful, is self-driving cars have pedestrian recognition systems, probably called something else, and they've been shown to have a really hard time with people in wheelchairs or children who are smaller, just recognizing that there is something there. So there is a bias in data, the way it's collected, the way AI uses it, and it can put people at risk or leave them behind, and it continues, yeah.
Yeah, so I think that if you look at healthcare, I think there's two categories here. One is a patient care side, and then one is the medical research side. I think that the bias on the care side is probably very settled, and it's probably more worth to talk a little bit about the research side, which is really important when you, as an investigator, make selections of patient cohorts that you want to investigate, that you have an inclusion criteria for people with disabilities. This is very important because otherwise you kind of go into one of the bias areas which we know from data. This would be a selection bias in your cohort population which you study, not representing the cohort of the people with disabilities. So this falls at the end of the day to the individual investigators. There are protected categories under HHS guidance, but when it comes to disability, it's really a selection from the individual investigator, which has to take care of making sure that there's a broad inclusion when research on human subjects is being considered. That stipulates, obviously, for any investigation that the consent process for the research is appropriate, for people with disability in mind. So this falls then back to the ethics committee, which is commonly called the Institutional Review Board, or IRB, at the individual investigative side. Let's say Children's Hospital here at Los Angeles has their own IRB, USC has their own IRB. And these folks on the IRB, they will actually review these study protocols, under the specific guidelines of what is a patient cohort, including then the folks which have, disabilities. And so setting the guidelines from the IRB as well as being proactive as an investigator will help to avoid a bias. Because if you look at the population has a markup of all kinds of individuals, and we need to represent this. This is very important, because once you collect the data, it's done, right? So every conclusion you draw later on from the data becomes then based on that data set which you collected. And if that's biased, then obviously you get a biased outcome. I want to add some additional component here, specifically to pediatrics, to the children's side of healthcare. Many times, research is actually becoming the kind of a last resort of treatment. And so saying that about bias in selection of patients who can enroll in clinical trials or medical studies, it becomes very amplified as a disadvantage for people with disability, or can be. Here, the enrollment is really based on a last resort treatment option, and so it falls specifically into the responsibility of an investigator to making sure that there's no bias in selecting candidates for a study entry.
Sorry, if I could, just to kind of hop on what Stefan is saying and stretch to a different industry, which is around recruitment, because a lot of AI is now being used in recruitment processes, and the conversation within the disability community is around the bias that could be there, and that this is all about making sure people can be hired so they can be productive members of society. But if we have AI systems that, for example, are judging people at interviews, I would probably fail or be flagged in an interview because I can't make eye contact. And if the system doesn't know that I'm blind, that would be an issue. It's also come up with other folks with other disabilities, neurodivergent folks, and just people with disabilities in general, if they have a speech language issue in talking, and those kinds of things, where their mannerisms, the way they speak, the body language, eye contact, all of those things might be flagged by an AI process that has only been used to screen the quote unquote folks without disabilities. So that's just another area of, hopefully at this point, it's an opportunity to put a cautionary tale out there for folks here in the audience and online to really think about that if they're involved in AI for hiring purposes.
Thanks. So I'm going to ask a follow-up because I think what really speaks to people the most is real concrete examples. And until you have that concrete example, it's a little bit hard to really visualize what we're saying and to put yourself in someone else's shoes. So just a couple of examples that I've seen is there was a story with the IRS where they knew that there was someone who was blind and was a Braille reader, and they sent a regular letter that was not in Braille stating, oh, you owe this extra amount of money to the IRS. And then this person couldn't read it, and then they kept adding fines, not knowing that they should have sent it, or knowing that they should have sent it in Braille, but they didn't, right? And in the end, it was a total, breaking of civil rights, right? So there's so many examples of this nature. Here's another one. A friend of mine really worked hard on creating American Sign Language and captions, particularly in emergency services. And I just thought, wow, this really hit me hard. Like, wow, we didn't really spend too much time thinking about it, but you really need to do it. And then all of a sudden, COVID happened, and you're seeing that they really had to make a push for the ASL, and it affected the entire community. If you're deaf and you're unable to get the guidance, you might break that guidance, and it's so important both for their lives and it can be for others. So do you have any other examples you might think of? And this is for anyone where whether it's COVID or testing or some medical issues, on a more personal note, how you can be missing it when it comes to accessibility. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I just don't have any immediate examples.
All right, I'm kind of like going for something here, but nobody wants to answer it, so I'll go on to the next one. What are some considerations when creating personas for people with disabilities?
Yeah, so personas can be really useful in trying to understand a segment or a type of person in your marketable audience or in your research base. But in accessibility, so often there's an attempt to aggregate around a type of disability. But just as with so many other segments of society, there's a ton of variation within these segments. Not all disabilities are the same. There is inherent variation within them. And trying to focus on this medical model of disability when you're building personas can be really unhelpful and regressive and unproductive. So I think the most effective examples of research personas I've seen involving disability focused more on a social model of disability, where you look at the challenges or the mismatch in between an individual and their environment, or where you focus on functional limitations or on assistive technology being used. You're going to learn a lot more about your research base or your market base if you're trying to understand the ways in which people are trying to connect with your service, or they're trying to connect with some aspect of their environment and are facing limitations. And focusing on that gap is going to be a lot more effective than focusing on what is going on with an individual and how can I typify this individual into one very limited group set. So yeah, I think in personas, focusing on this mismatch and focusing on challenges in access is the way to go, where I've seen the most success.
Anyone else have thoughts?
I think you encapsulated that really well. So I have nothing except to maybe say, if you use your favorite search engine and type in user personas of people with disabilities, there's some excellent work that's already been done, rather than going ahead and reinventing the wheel in terms of some nice personas to use when you're engaging that.
Nancy.
Like a person prototype, because it wasn't a term I was familiar with.
Because it wasn't what?
It's not a term I was familiar with, so I wanted to make sure I was following you. It's a prototype. Okay.
Yes, when you're developing digital products, you create, or really any product, there's a term called personas, and you create a persona around what is a typical user, and there's different user types for everything, right? So you want to get your main user types and your personas, but very often people with disabilities are not covered in the user personas. So I was asking if there are any particular considerations, and I'll do part 2 of that. And that was a great answer, John. But let's take the part 2 of that was, okay, here we have the personas, we're doing all this work, and now we're reporting out something. What about data visualizations or reporting? How does that side of things, how do you make that accessible?
I'll take a first crack at that. When you're looking at data visualization accessibility, there's probably a few buckets that you want to consider. First and foremost, making sure, particularly with interactive charts, that all of those are not interactions that are completely mouse-driven, because there's a bunch of folks with a variety of different disabilities or impairments who, for whatever reason, either can only use the keyboard alone or use voice recognition software or other software that emulates a keyboard. So whether it's sorting functionality to zoom, functionality that might only reveal data when you hover over it with a mouse. Think about, well, what about people who can't use a mouse? How would they interact with it? So that's one bucket, so keyboard interaction. The other one is related, or two next ones are related, having to do with contrast. So making sure your labels and all of those things have a good contrast for people with visual impairments, but also for people with certain print-based learning disabilities. And then also kind of related is making sure you're not using color alone to denote meaning in a chart or any type of data visualization is also critical. Providing a summary of what's in the chart is also very useful for people with a variety of visible and non-visible disabilities who just might find the chart either just overwhelming or distracting, so pointing out what the highlights are. Two more things I'll mention. Some charts, some data viz take advantage of motion. So that's to kind of get some people's attention, but it also acts as a distractor for some people. So having the ability to turn off anything that's in motion or animated information so that people aren't distracted by it. The other thing I'll mention is one of the areas that's often cited to make a data visualization accessible is, well, provide a table version for people who are blind so that they can use it, read it in a data table format. That's fine if all the chart is doing is presenting the data as that, but as soon as you start having the ability to manipulate the data, providing that data table is not going to be sufficient to make that accessible to folks, for example, like myself, because sure, I can see the static data, but I have no ability to sort or do any interactions with that data. So one of the things you can do, as an example, is make it exportable as a .csv, so you could pull it up in, for example, something like Excel. And again, if you're providing ability to sort or do anything like that, that at least is available. So it's just a matter of looking at your chart and understanding and making sure that there's a one-to-one on-par experience when it comes to not only viewing the data, but manipulating that data set as well. I'm not sure, John, if you...
That's great.
I definitely have something. When you said, I've got two more things to say, I thought there's no way that one of those is the thing I'm going to say, but it totally was. But yeah, I work with engineers a lot in my field, and I myself, just inherently, but also engineers, we are all lazy. We're all looking for an efficient way of doing things. And inevitably, designers that I work with will come up with really cool data visualizations, new innovative ways to look at, emphasis at look at data. And so one of those really easy / lazy ways is providing a CSV file, providing a downloadable tabular format to look at the data. But the thing that you lose when you just have a data set in front of you that might have dozens of rows, dozens of columns, is you lose this gestalt holistic sense of what is the trend in this data. Somebody who's sighted can look at a complex chart and might be able to pick out. Obviously, we have our own internal biases in how we're looking at things, and we might be misinterpreting data, but it's a lot easier in a visual medium to pick out trends. And so I think one of the big challenges in accessible data visualization is, how do you communicate trends? How do you communicate overall holistic? I gotta have the thesaurus in front of me so I can stop saying trends, but look at those trends in a way that doesn't require this literal visualization.
Yeah, and to that point, I mean, I would never suggest as well, when we work in accessibility, we always think about like multiple ways of communicating information. So I wouldn't necessarily say having a download would be enough. To your point, John, I think having even just that summary that would point out what the trends are alongside would also definitely be useful.
The tough thing is I wonder if we can get to a point where we have that summary of the trend in a way that does not have to be human authored, that AI can look at it and.
And I know that there's some interesting experimental stuff happening by using sound for some folks that apparently is useful to help understand how a visualization is working and trending. I think Robinhood did some work around that. So if you use your favorite search engine and type Robinhood and sound and accessibility, I think they did some neat stuff around that. I had something else, but I've forgotten what that is. So I'll stop there.
It'll come back, and I love the answers because that's what I was kind of going at before. What I was leading to is, for example, in healthcare, when data is presented to people with disabilities, if you're a screen reader user and you can't talk to that information, it affects privacy and so many other avenues. And so thank you for both of you for kind of going there. And I guess this relates also to healthcare. Before I do that follow-up with you, Stefan, the Robinhood app, essentially it was like these charts where you have it going up and down, where maybe you'll see a stock and then the sound will go higher as you're going up in that chart, and then lower down, and it uses sounds in order to get there. So Stefan, following up on this, how to present data, what about using AI to present data? In healthcare in particular, it feels like there's a lack of attention to the end user, and particularly there's a lot of people with disabilities or temporary disabilities, and the way that they receive the information, let's say, for example, cognitive disabilities or other kind. Can AI play a role in perhaps personalizing the way that data is reported or interacted with?
Yeah, thanks. I think so. This is almost like an undiscovered country there, for not only from a disability perspective, but even from a normal perspective. So it's really hard to kind of standardize that, or it has not been standardized yet in kind of how do you communicate a diagnosis to a patient, just even a person without a disability in a role of patient. So it really comes down right now to the individual physician to be very craftful in how to do that and how to be cognizant about even a person with disability or without disability, how to communicate that. There's really no standards. There's just the individual intuition of a physician at the end of the day who's kind of driving that. Now imagine, specifically for the audience here, the data practitioners in various capacities, how can you actually create an optimized visualization and communication tool which can not only address how to present a diagnosis to a patient, even without disabilities, and then with the additional challenge now of people with disabilities in various forms. I think that's another frontier which we haven't really started yet, because the discussion hasn't been actually very recently started how we can effectively communicate medical records to patients. That hasn't really happened yet, and it's kind of one of the challenges that we see in healthcare in general is that healthcare kind of lacks other industries in terms of technology adoption behind a couple of years. And so keep that in mind whenever you go into your physician's office, to your doctor's office. And but think about, as data practitioners, this is another field where you can be very active and becoming engaged, how to present data, you have that skill from a technological side, and maybe working in a specific field, but healthcare is really in desperate need to have effective standardized communication tools to interact between doctors and physicians and patients. Yeah, it's a big problem, not solved yet.
I've got one for John. So the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, that's what folks in the accessibility space use to talk about hitting compliance, right? But it's web, right? Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. What about things like remote controls, TVs, connected devices like the Roku, Netflix, Hulu, all that stuff? What other considerations are there beyond the web content accessibility guidelines, and how should we think about this?
Yeah, it's the connected TV space, which is what I call it in this domain. It includes Roku, over-the-top, Fire Stick, gaming platform devices. It's a totally new frontier. Even the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, or WCAG, which is like the established set of rules for accessibility, they hardly apply to native mobile iPhones, tablets, Android devices, much less these totally new connected TV devices. One of the big differences is on a desktop or a web top, on a browser application or in a native mobile application, you'll have basically a beginning and an end. For instance, if you're using a screen reader, you can start at the top, you can swipe until you get to the bottom, and it's a relatively linear path. And you can do that theoretically, hypothetically, if it's been developed right without missing anything. But if you were on a Roku, just as an example, you no longer have a linear path through all of the content on your screen. For instance, let's say you're looking at on a Roku device at the Pluto TV app. If you are, we're really familiar now, I assume, everyone here, with rows of content. For instance, on a Netflix or on a Pluto TV or on a Paramount Plus, you'll have rows of categories of new releases, comedies, documentaries. If you are using a Roku device and going through those rows and you're pressing down on your remote, you're going to hit the first item in each of those rows and get all the way to the bottom. You're going to miss everything else that's in the row if you are not sighted. So one of the considerations that we make is when you're using text-to-speech or a screen reader in these devices, you have to let people know you're in a row. You can press right to see more things. Otherwise, you're going to miss so much of the interface. So that and other considerations have been a new discipline, a new domain, and a new challenge to figure out lately.
Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, just give me one moment. You just reminded me of something, because my girlfriend has an Apple TV, and she kept telling me that the remote control, it ran out of battery, and she keeps trying to charge it and it never works. It's always like down to 10% or 0. And I was like, this is so bizarre. So I go in, I try to look and try and recharge it. And then I'm going up and down on the rows, and it says, as I'm going up and down, it's like 10%, 0, 10%, 20%. And then I'm like, wait, I got it. This is a screen reader. It's the accessibility screen reader was turned on. It was just saying the volume, because when you're a screen reader user, you typically go really fast. And so you might slow it down if you want to show other people how a screen reader works, or you might go really fast if you're really just trying to read out the content on the screen. So it's pretty funny to see that.
Yeah, that takes some detective work.
Yeah, I was like, what's going on?
That relates back to something Jennison said earlier about during the sort of talent acquisition process, not being able to do the same things that maybe somebody else would do and have it maybe marked down against you because you're not able to make eye contact or something like that. So my company is creating a platform, or created a platform that we thought was, trying to help make things more inclusive in performance evaluations and also talent acquisition. But we found we had to switch it from a platform to a Chrome extension. And I was wondering about your takes on Chrome extensions. People's ability to use applications and interact with the system.
Anybody want to take that?
Well, I mean, as a general comment, so long as that Chrome extension has been developed to be accessible in itself, then I think that if that's the solution that's being used across the board and consistently, then I wouldn't see an issue with using it. I mean, obviously, like in the situation of talent acquisition and stuff, we want to make sure that that extension isn't storing data that it shouldn't be and all that kind of stuff. But in itself, based on what I've heard you mention, again, so long as that extension meets applicable guidelines for accessibility, then I don't see that as a problem. I don't know, John, if you had a thought on it.
I do not. Thanks for the question.
Thank you for the question. If anybody else has questions, please go ahead. Looks like we have one, sir.
Hi, my name is Martin. Finding the panel very interesting. As I'm listening to the discussion about what do you know, the AI looking at how do you make charts accessible? And I'm thinking, it reminds me of, I'm a dinosaur, so I remember back in the old days when Tyrannosaurus rexes were walking around and we were talking about object-oriented design. The idea was that you separated out, algorithms from how things were represented to users. And so when I'm thinking about like a medical chart, what you're looking at really, most of them or many of them are not so much about patterns, but they're about putting things in context. Your result is so-and-so on blood pressure, and the high is this and low is that, and if you're in that range, that's what it looks like. So if you're a little bit above range or below range, so that you're giving that kind of information. But then when you were talking about the intuitive stuff that you get from looking at a chart, visually, Jennison's brain does the pattern recognition, he just doesn't use his eyes for it, right? So above and beyond what Robinhood does with the sound to go in and out, I think given how far AI is coming with creating images and understanding and mimicking images, it's almost like you'd want something that is equivalent to charts but isn't describing a chart. It's more like, okay, here's a bunch of data, and someone that doesn't have sight would go, okay, I want to see the patterns. I want to look for patterns around, let's say if you're talking about blood type, look for disease patterns based upon this chart I'm looking at, or look at other kind of patterns. So I was just wondering, so there's a question in here somewhere. The question is, what is it can we do about kind of really distinguishing, as opposed to mimicking what a visual chart does? What can we do about really thinking about what are you trying to accomplish, and is there another way to accomplish the same thing without mimicking what you do for a sighted person? Thank you.
Thanks. So you mean something like an Alexa-style interface where you can query the report in a audible format? Any thoughts?
Yeah, kind of a follow-up from my earlier comments here. So the healthcare industry has kind of slowly adopted web portals as kind of a communication tool for health records. I'm not aware that there's a really good accessibility interface to it at all. The way, as I mentioned before, how data is being, how your personal data is being, your health data is being, documented there is it's very technical in nature. It's not very intuitive, in my opinion. So I think we still have to go some more rounds of, creating a more accessible way. Including obviously people with disability in mind, which clearly is not the case right now, because it's kind of in a phase where I would say whatever phase 1, phase 2, whatever you want to call it, where the technical ability has to be given, from a medical record system, which is actually quite complex. And now that we're creating a lot of data in healthcare, it gets more challenging on a daily basis, and bringing that information in a useful, readable form. For, in this case, a patient, makes it it's really a challenge. So I think once we get through these challenges as an industry and have a good interface and standards, right now most of these things are driven by individual companies, and if you go from one provider to another provider, you have different portal logins, and there's not a lot of customer satisfaction, let's put it this way, about the way these things are implemented. If you want to, for instance, get a copy of your imaging record as an example, radiology, it's still pretty much the standard to give you two options. One is we give you a CD-ROM. Hey, is somebody in the audience still know what a CD-ROM is? Question. Or the other way is to give you a link which you can download, an image set. Let's say you have a a volume CT, and this takes about 2 gigabytes of data. You're downloading this on your desktop. What do you do with that? So there's a lot of disconnect to the patient and the use of the data, even that obviously under federal law, every patient is entitled to a copy of a record. It's not a real good interface which brings this data in a meaningful way to the patient. And there is not a lot of incentive, to be honest, from a commercial perspective to do so. So I think we need to rely on societies and non-profit organizations to kind of drive the bus here to help us with that, because it's the care providers cannot really do that. They're too much on the medical treatment and care side, and the technology folks in that industry are typically very large companies. So I'm looking forward for startups to really kind of pick up the slack here and come up with innovative technologies around mobile devices and creative web content which can solve that problem. But it's a major problem. And I think everybody has been there. Everybody is so patient. So I think everybody had some experience with somewhat how broken the record exposure and record presentation and display and visualization is in healthcare, unfortunately.
Thank you. We've got 5 minutes left, so this is likely the last question. And it's sort of a 3-part question because I want to let the audience understand it first. So the first part of it is, does anybody want to take the definition of audio description? The second part, does anybody want to talk about their impression of audio description? And then the third part is AI will AI ever get good enough to do audio description? So repeating that again, anybody want to take definition of audio description?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
So audio description is an audio track usually associated with video entertainment that describes key visual elements in the video. So for instance, if you're watching a movie where a group of people are talking in a room and someone enters, when the dialogue pauses, you would then hear a narrator say, "John Sweet walks into the room with a great amount of swagger," and then the dialogue would resume. So that's audio description, and you can find it on many major platforms. Like if you next time you're watching Netflix or Hulu, go into the audio menu, you're going to see an option for audio description, and it's used primarily by people who are not sighted or who lack some vision. But really, just like closed captioning can be used in many scenarios by people who are sighted. For instance, if you're going about your business doing chores at your house or you're cooking and you've got a show on in the background, it can be really effective to understand what's happening without having to rely just on the dialogue.
Thanks. My contribution to this 3-parter has to do with, you were asking, will AI get good enough to help with this? I want to distinguish, and I got this, I think it was from you, John, yesterday at dinner, where you distinguished between the actual authoring of the audio description versus the spoken aspect of it. And you had some good points. I'm not sure if you want to talk about it.
It seems like you're already doing it.
No. Like, what was your take on which one it would be more effective with? I think it was the latter, right?
Yes. It's a much more straightforward problem to solve in having audio description be narrated and articulated by AI, by a non-human intelligence system. The process of authoring audio description by a non-human author is something that is beyond my imagination, although it's, not that far beyond, but yeah.
So my perspective, and then now I'm putting my computer science hat on. So we see a lot of new technologies, coming online, and recently Google has brought a text-to-image interface up, which obviously looks a little silly in the examples. I think they had remember from the article I read about it, they had a dog who was sitting kind of a sushi doghouse, but that's not the point. The point is that we're pushing the envelope, right? And so when it comes to distilling content from images and creating a human readable form of it, which would obviously help with the disability community. I think we're going into a direction where this becomes possible. And I would actually invite everybody to not look this, right now from a forward-looking perspective, but do a little time travel into the back and think, what was the capability 3 years ago? What were our technical capabilities 5 years ago? And what were our capabilities like 10 years ago? And then do a recollection back to now and understand, wow, we have a lot of capabilities already developed, right? And I think that's the forward trajectory. So if something's not immediately available, look at the seeds, where these things coming from. I think this text to image is kind of a building block to what that's kind of one of these Lego blocks, which will build that environment going forward, from my perspective.
If I could just sneak in one final thing to tie everything together from your very first question, Joe, the cautionary tale is around bias in the authoring piece of audio description, because someone might describe a room or a setting in one way based on their own experience, or there might be a certain way that they are coming up with the constructs to describe things which come from a quote unquote normal, whatever that is, as opposed to maybe a movie is trying to be provocative and different. And so the interpretation of what something looks like might come through with bias there.
That's a great point. That's a great point. And I will suggest that people do try out this audio description. I've tried it out and heard good audio description that makes me feel like I don't pay attention to anything going on, because it'll describe stuff and I'm like, oh my God, I didn't notice any of that. I apparently don't even follow what's going on in this movie. And then you hear really bad audio description and you're like, I could do without it, but I definitely recommend it. Well, thank you all. I really enjoyed and learned a lot from all of you. So thanks, and thank you to the audience, Subhash, Nancy, and DataCon LA.
Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Analysts for coming and providing this informative discussion on accessibility and data science. So now we're going to end, and then I think there's lunch, and then the conference continues. Thank you, guys.
this thing on? Hello?
Testing, testing. I'm on, this is 5. This is RF number 5. Check, check, check 1, 2, check 1, 2, there it is. Microphone 5, test 1, 2, loud and clear. Numero 4, cuatro.
In steps Creo. Creo's vision is to be the Slack first, better communicate in the moment. One central location. And third, we've designed our product to work the way field techs work. So whether this is things like using their phone number instead of emails, since a lot of field techs don't have emails, or the UI that makes it quick and easy for a field tech to not only communicate with their team, but understand if anyone's communicating with them around a relevant project that they're working on right now. This is all quick and simple for the field tech to understand and use. So the skilled trades have had this sort of communication challenges for a while. So you maybe ask yourself, why now? Why is this something I finally have started paying attention to? And I think there's two things primarily driving this. First, when COVID started to hit, it drove two things. First, it drove an acceleration in the retirements of skilled trades. And second, it drove an increase in the input cost of skilled trades, whether that be the labor costs or the fuel costs to roll a truck. And so
Hello, hello, hello. What do you think? Sounds great. Okay, they think it sounds good. Hmm.
Welcome to this session. It's today's media and entertainment and your data skills. We have a great panelist waiting to answer your questions and to present and share their information on the industry and how they use the data and the future of data skills and the roles. So I'm going to introduce Xavier. He's the moderator, and he will introduce the panelists. Xavier?
Thank you so much. First of all, I know it's a tight hall, so if you guys want to just keep 6 feet away from one another, that would be good. No. That's for those watching at home. It's not packed. That's why.
Xavier, one thing. I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't address the question and answer. So if you have questions as they go through and present their questions and share their stories, please come up front to the mics and ask the questions. They welcome them. Thank you.
Okay, no more jokes for me. So, hi everybody. My name is Xavier Kochar. Welcome to this panel. This panel is really about how what data is doing to the media and entertainment industry, the media and entertainment companies, how the landscape has changed, how it is changing. We have, great group of people on the panel, and I will just briefly start off by introducing myself, and then I'll ask Eric and then Keith and Tracy to introduce themselves as well. My name is Xavier Kochar. I have been in the media and entertainment industry for more than 25 years. Done a little bit of everything. I've been a talent agent. I've been worked in studios, helped to launch a handful of direct-to-consumer video platforms. Most recently, I am the Chief Operating and Financial Officer at a children's entertainment company. Probably the most important thing for me is that I am on the board, along with my friend Subhash, for Data for Good, which is a nonprofit where we try to utilize data solutions to help address issues such as homelessness, climate change, etc. So that's me. I'll hand it over to Eric. Eric.
Thank you. Thanks for having me here. It's a pleasure to be here. I've been in the entertainment industry for more than 20 years. I worked with Xavier at Warner Brothers and Keith as well. Currently, I am at IMDb Amazon, leading consumer business development and partnerships for that group as part of the entertainment portfolio that Amazon has. And that means that I'm looking to partner with both internal Amazon companies as well as third-party companies where we're looking to use data and insights to grow our advertising revenue and create value for those consumers who rely on IMDb on a daily basis.
Hello, I'm Keith Kamusta. It's a great pleasure to be back at DataCon. It's been a couple years, I think, since we were in person here, so it's great to be back and always great to be back on the USC campus. So I've about 10 years plus in entertainment. Notably, I was part of a group of people that were leading a data organization at Warner Brothers, where we were introducing new types of data decision-making to the studio. Also helped to launch HBO Max with Xavier over here. And when I was at Warner, I worked closely with Subhash as well. Currently, I'm at an advertising holding company where I'm helping to bring big data techniques and data science into the company so that we can modernize our capabilities for our clients.
Hi, I'm Tracy Trench, longtime producer and studio executive in entertainment. I was a movie producer, produced Cheaper by the Dozen and Pink Panther and some other movies, lots of comedies, and didn't use much data then at all. And I'm the sort of more of the creative content person on this panel, I guess, because I've watched Hollywood kind of go from not using a lot of data to now you're the most hired people in the companies, and they really need you. And my transition was I went to China and built the DreamWorks animation studio in Shanghai, came back and then just continued building entertainment verticals and delivery systems for Discovery. I just built a content product for Amazon, content delivery product, and then Right now, I'm actually working with Xavier at a children's entertainment company on games. So my background's in all different kinds of content, including games, and I help the big media companies build out content businesses. But now I'm deeply immersed in data.
Thank you. And please do not let the mild-manneredness of this panel fool you. These are all entertainment media ballers. I mean, I was just listening to everything that they said, and you guys are ridiculously humble. So, I mean, like what Tracy just said, as she's been in the business for such a long time. Eric has been, the CFO and operations for a studio, and has seen things change over the last 15, 20 years, and now is doing it again for a big platform in Amazon. And by the way, that advertising company that Keith is working for, he's the chief data and product officer for one of the biggest advertising holding companies, which basically drives the money to make the entertainment industry work. So these guys, they know their stuff. So, okay, so what we thought we would do for the next 55 minutes or so, this isn't kind of going to be like I'm asking questions and they're answering them. We're just going to kind of have a dialogue, and we're all moderators. It's just honestly, if it wasn't like this, we would just be in a circle talking to each other. So you are a part of the circle now. So if you have any questions on any topics, or if you have any thoughts, honestly, sometimes I think the only difference between people like us and we could easily be sitting there right now and we could be asking you all the questions. In fact, we will, because we need the help. But anyway, with that, I sort of wanted to, just to get the ball rolling, I wanted to, I guess, maybe anyone, but maybe Eric, you could start, is like what, so we have there's sort of like the tech companies, the Silicon Valley companies over the last 20 years, and there's sort of an ethos and a culture to them that is largely driven by, data analysis, gathering data, structuring it, and then making decisions, in some cases very quick decisions. In fact, there's this Silicon Valley adage, right, that it's okay if you fail, just fail fast. Hollywood is, I wouldn't say Hollywood has been the best at failing fast. Hollywood's good at failing, but just often not fast. So what do you think? I mean, has Silicon Valley changed Hollywood forever, or has Hollywood changed Silicon Valley? And what are talk about that? Is there anything to talk about there?
Yeah, I mean, I think we talked a lot, and really it's great to have everyone brought into this conversation, because we were having a good time in sort of the prep for this, discussing this. And, for years, people have talked about this convergence of tech and Hollywood and media and entertainment, and what does that really mean? And outside of just acquisitions and buying up companies, from a cultural standpoint, they come from two very different places. In the entertainment industry, you have quite a few sort of, I would say, general athletes. People are able to do a lot of different things. In the tech world, you have people who are really, really good at being single-threaded owners of a specific task or a specific area. And so you now have the mashup of these two very different ways of approaching business around essentially art, which is subjective. And so you wind up with an interesting mix. And I guess, the purpose of this panel is to discuss how data enters that conversation. And, data has always been a part of the entertainment industry, but the data was primarily in legacy days driven by financial data. So it was returns, box office returns, profit participation, operational efficiency, margin, those sorts of things. Now, as we head into a direct-to-consumer and more of an advertising-driven business by some of the large players, the question becomes, what are the key metrics associated with those kinds of relationships you have, and how do you then create both a business that is successful and engaging for that audience? And the clash of those two cultures is taking place in real time, and we can see how some companies are doing a better job of handling that than others. And I'd be curious, others on the panel, in your experience, how have you seen that come to life? and where have there been wins or losses in that world?
I think there are so many examples. One thing that comes to mind is typically, right, it was the financial data that was the driver of analytics. And I think in a lot of studios going back a decade or so plus, it was sort of, you were a bit of a heretic if you thought you could predict the box office or you could predict how many people would watch a piece of content. But I think over time, the studios became aware that you could get it mostly right, and sometimes you get it wrong. And I think what they found was these things were helpful. It was more helpful to have analytics in place than not have them. And then, more recently, I think we're moving from a place of to the data engineers in the audience and the data scientists, more of a systemization of those analytics and less of a point in time where, let's say, the finance department would gather data and do an analysis. Now there's a collaboration with the big data group where you could have something that's running continuously and you have more access to real-time analytics.
I think there's a huge difference between linear content and streaming direct to consumer and games and going direct to consumer. So with games, as Xavier was saying, we were all talking on Thursday, it's basically a huge amount of data wrapped up in a fun experience, right? So you're able to track a user so easily, and everything that they do, you can iterate on the mechanics of the game. You can figure out exactly where they churn out of the game. It's much easier to kind of amass and tell a story with that data that's easy to give to creatives and have them actually act upon it. With linear content, you make the content and it's basically done, right? So if you're trying to predict in advance, there's still a huge clash between creative people in a linear medium and data people who say this is the way you should do it, because we just realized that our two young adult shows that we're streaming on Netflix are incredibly successful. So can you take that script and actually make it for 14-year-olds? And most creative people will say, no, I'm not going to do that. But and it's what we were talking about a bit is that it can be there's a danger in trying to predict audience taste. Like it's anathema to say, oh, that's going to be a hit movie. We're all somewhat in the hit-driven business. So it's so important to have the data that a creative person can feel is reliable, right? Because if we feel in the linear space, oh yeah, we can really rely on that, then we're going to be much more friendly to the data story. With games, I find we look at everything that streamers look at. We look at ARPU, and we look at retention, and we have recommendation engines within when we're offering a suite of games that we're using data to generate those things. So did you have a question? Sure.
Please, yeah, come to the mic.
Oh, that's a really good question. So
Actually, thank you. I was going to actually open that up to the panel as well. So Tracy, you can start, but oh, by the way, when you ask questions, it'd be helpful, like if in addition to your name, just like who are you, are you at a data company or yeah, it'd be helpful if you could share that. Awesome. Okay, cool. So for the entire panel, but Tracy, you can start. So when we talk about linear content versus, let's say, VOD content, I know I'm the VOD, but we'll describe it in a second. What is the difference, and also what implications do those differences have on decision making, linear and on demand? So go ahead.
I think VOD content is linear content, actually, because I look at it as content that has a beginning, middle, and end. You don't interact with it. You don't change the cadence of it. But there is a difference between between scheduled content as opposed to on-demand content. So streaming, now these free, these ad-supported free TV channels are coming and kind of swooping in underneath networks, and that's, those are linear, but the content within them is also linear. That's usually the way that I describe it. It's non-interactive. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a slightly different definition of it. I mean, the traditional broadcast networks, as you said, are scheduled and linear, and there is a different way of measuring success around that content, whether it be Nielsen or, if Nielsen got fired, whoever else comes in, and the ability to attribute, users to that content has been challenging for many years. As the world has shifted to more digital platforms and the ability to track those users with pixels across, well, depending upon Apple and all the others, across multiple sites, you're able to then figure out what that user's journey is with content. The way in which that content is presented to you, though, does change. There is linear type digital content with services like Pluto TV and others where you don't get to choose when you view a program. It is on from a period of time. And then there are the VODs, the video on demand services, where you are either able to choose with ads or you subscribe to them. So free VOD or SVOD or transactional buy it.
Yeah, I'll add a bit from a data perspective. So I think linear inventory was typically measured with like a third party, like a Nielsen. Success was usually based post hoc on eyeballs. I'll just add from a streaming perspective, a whole new set of ways of evaluating content, looking at second by second drop off, building in the narrative kind of like story post to the second by second viewership to understand what's holding attention, where people are falling off. So that's been, I think, probably helpful to the creative side, but probably also needs to be done in a certain way.
Yeah, it's all in the way it's presented, I think.
Yeah. I think there was, the primacy of primary research, doing a focus group, right? If we have a focus group, we get back the results. We have a pretty good signal on how this piece of content's going to do. And I think that's still true, but there's a lot more data that now goes along with it.
I mean, for what it's worth, the way I understand it is, I think, because I'm a little slower than these guys, so I think about it a little different. So, I mean, the same but different. See, that's a slow thing for me to say even. But so linear, for like forever, up until very recently, we didn't call it anything else but linear, but it was just TV.
It's just TV, yeah.
Right, and essentially, what Tracy was talking about earlier, like linear and on demand, she's talking about that's similar. She's right as it relates to storytelling, right? So there's is there a linear story that follows like point A, point B, point C, whatever, and versus interactive, where the user, the consumer, the gamer can actually affect the story in the play, right? That's storytelling, but the way that's separate. I think that's on the creative side. But by the way, Tracy is a top creative, so of course she's going to think that way, right? So linear used to be TV. That means somebody else, was what Keith and Eric just said. Somebody else, usually in some corner office in Burbank, is programming that and saying, like, when you watch like network television, that's linear because it's like a river. And when you turn it on, that's what you watch. Then there's on demand. Netflix is on demand. HBO Max is on demand, okay? On demand is, I'm watching that show. No one's programming that for me. There's a tray, there's a carousel. They present something almost like I'm going to a grocery store and I'm choosing that item, as opposed to somebody making dinner for me or something like that, right?
I mean, that's another data-driven situation, right? Because there's a recommendation engine that serves you up individually what's in your tray based on what you've watched before, or what they know about you when you log in, or maybe from other data that they've bought and gathered. So, we were talking earlier about how Netflix, I'll watch one documentary about one specific thing, and then all I get is more and more and more of the same. And I think, in a way, part of that is because they have a very surface, probably, expanse of data that, they're collecting. They're not going any deeper. They're not going into, what my interests are outside of Netflix. And one of the companies that I'm advising, and there's a gentleman here in the audience, I know I was talking to him about it outside, is called Binge, B-I-N-J, and they've actually come up with an engine now that will, they basically mine social media data and emojis and emotions, and they figure out how to present that data to the content providers to say, hey, here's where you should go. And at the same time, they have a consumer-facing interface that says, come here and talk about what you love. And so they're gathering their own data, but they've just in the last 3 months gotten up to 10 billion. They've been able to grab 10 billion interactions to find out what people are talking about online. So
I'd be curious to know. So we talked a little bit earlier about first-party data and the reason that we're increasingly dissatisfied with the recommendations that come from many of these services. How do you think about different sources of data to inform those kinds of choices, both from an advertising side as well as from, say, a programming side?
Yeah, so, and that's a great question. And just to tie a nice little bow on the linear thing, right? What Keith was saying earlier about the implications between linear and on demand, it's 1,000,000% data, right? Because when something is on demand, the platform has a great set of data about consumption behavior, about usage behavior, about how those pieces of content correlate to one another, right? Because historically, content was like channels or like networks or cable networks or what have you. They were put onto cable operators, Comcast, Cox, etc. That was the first party data, right? And by the way, when it was through coaxial cable, you didn't even get two-way data, right? But now over the top, over the internet, you get data. Like, so that's what Keith was talking about. Like, I know when somebody turns on a service, the platform knows that it's actually a KPI, it's a metric, first time stream. When someone first comes on a service, what is the first piece of content that they watch? By the way, you could imagine that's pretty valuable, right? Because that's what's drawing them to that service, right? If I turn on Apple TV Plus, and I put on Ted Lasso, then Apple TV Plus, Apple knows, oh, he's coming here for Ted Lasso, right? So before, we never had access to that. And in the linear world, to Keith's point, the only way you kind of even knew any of that stuff was through third parties that would be like, send surveys and say, hey, did you watch that show? Did you not? And as you know, surveys, like you guys, if you're in the data field, what people say is not always what they do, right? And so with respect to and Keith, you can jump in here, but with respect to first party data, one of the biggest changes in the last 10, 15 years is we actually have first party data.
So I'll just add to what you're saying. So this has opened up a whole new surface area for different types of analytics. So with a DTC streaming service, they now, based on content viewed, frequency of viewing, what was watched, what wasn't, time intervals of when they're watching, when they're not, you can predict things like churn, you can look at lifetime value. And so you have direct user metrics that are highly informed by what people are watching. So that's an entire new set of information available to the business. But I think, Eric, as you alluded to, I think what we're all realizing now is that that's not enough to only have your own first-party data. It's that complement of first-party plus other data sets that allow you to know what's happening outside of your own business.
Yeah, no, exactly. And Binge is a great example of that. There are, IMDb is very good at serving information around specific actors and titles that people are looking for, and that's what they've come to use our service for as a utility. But in terms of deciding what to watch, we've gotten much more sophisticated as how we serve up those results as an independent, I'll say that in quotes, independent third-party service, and using the kind of thing you're talking about with Binge, being able to listen to social media data and other noisy surfaces and filter that through and get some insights and watch how that changes over time. Because it's really important that moment to moment, as cultural, and it's geographically specific, as cultures change, as attitudes change, as the water cooler talk changes, can you, and as Keith said, in real time, in that stream, pick out insights that can then help you serve up value to those users.
Yeah, I would just add that the social listening is essentially a proxy for word of mouth, and it's always been true that the signal, word of mouth is like the strongest data that one could have. Like you tell your friends, watch this show, I'm watching it, I think you'll like it. And that kind of signal is obviously not necessarily first party. You can tie that in, it's, you have a lot more analytical possibilities to make sense of what's happening and why. Social can explain the whys and give you some context that you can't necessarily easily extract from your own viewing data.
The larger platforms, to the panel's point here, first-party data is pretty friggin' awesome, right? Like, I mean, think about why, in a sense, why Walmart became Walmart in the last 20 years, right? Because they had, by the way, not just data, but data, as all you know, data at scale, right? So you can, if you have a small data set and you guys have heard me say this, but if data at scale really, really matters, okay? And to use sort of a thought experiment as to why, imagine, if you will, that you guys have never, ever, ever seen a quarter before, okay? And I present a quarter to you. I hold a quarter, the coin. I hold a quarter, and one side is heads, and one side is tails. And I say, I'm gonna flip this. And when it comes down, what's the likelihood it'll come down on heads? And I say, I'll tell you what, since you've never seen this before, you don't know how this coin may behave, I'll give you a small little sampler, right? And let's say I flip the coin 10 times. And after 10 times, if it comes up tails 8 times, as data folks, I ask you, what are the likelihood it's going to come up heads? What's the answer? 20%, right? If it comes up 8 times. But if I flip that coin 10,000 times, won't it start looking closer to 50-50? And that's why it's so important. That's why, by the way, whether it's Amazon, whether it's Walmart, whether it's Netflix, there is a kind of like a breakthrough velocity with data at scale where the rich get richer, and you should get more accurate. We have a question here.
Testing. Cool. Really great stuff so far. My name is Christian. I'm actually a manager of analytics at Activision and Blizzard, but also I'm an ex-Warner Brothers, so it's cool to see my brothers up here and sisters. So my question is, what kind of metrics are you looking at to track VOD? What's performing best? I feel like being at DataCon, I would love to hear how entertainment is using analytics to then make business decisions. So in that case, what KPIs are you looking at to determine if HBO is better than Netflix? And then how do you use that to make a business decision?
That's a good question. All right, who wants to
share the special sauce?
I'll leave that to one of you two.
So the question is, how is data used to affect business decisions?
Okay, maybe we'll just start with the first one, which is what metrics are you looking at for Netflix, HBO, and how do you compare them against each other? One thing you said was churn, LTV, but I'm sure if you're at Netflix, you won't know the LTV of HBO Max. So how do you use data to, I guess, what metrics are you tracking? We'll just
wait, when you say, just to clarify, are you saying how Netflix might use their data in comparison to other platforms, and to know what is that? Yeah.
That's fair. I guess I'm taking it from a data analytics perspective, looking outwards, looking in, like, how would I know which companies are performing the best? What metrics would I use? Like, I know, like, the obvious one is how many users does Netflix have versus HBO, but like, what are some other metrics that you guys might look at?
So I'm yeah, and I'm gonna ask you to I'm gonna double click on your objective, right? When you say performing best, for whom, right? So like even like is it for like when you're comparing HBO Max and Netflix, is it just for like a journalism purpose? Is it just for like if you're an advertiser, where should I place dollars? Is it or is it? Oh, by the way, like I'm a corp dev finance guy, right? Trust me, the finance people at these companies, they look at it completely different than maybe the data people, right? So from your perspective, and I will tell you, almost, I mean, from being at a couple of these, I've been at Hulu, I've been at DirecTV, AT&T, and HBO Max, and I can tell you that even though there's some industry standards, KPIs, which we can talk about, LTV, first time stream, cost per minute, and all that, there's a bunch of KPIs, but I would say rarely did we ever go, like, we benchmark off of the other guys. Mostly we benchmark off of what the CFO and the CEO wanted us to do. So, so back to you, what's the objective that you're?
First of all, I'm going to say I love that, because as a data analyst, you always got to ask these kind of questions. You're collecting the business requirements. So I'm going to say, from the outside looking in, like, if I had to invest in a company, let's say I'm an investor and I want to choose the best streaming that's going to survive the longest, like, which metrics should I look at?
So finance is investment question.
So really, if you go up to that level, it's a couple of things. Right now, if you were comparing all the streamers, you'd say ARPU is really one of the biggest ones.
Can you define ARPU?
That is revenue per subscriber, average revenue per subscriber. And so you would look at that for each one, because what you have is, you saw, I guess it was yesterday or the day before, so Disney did their earnings report, right? They eclipsed Netflix for the first time, but their rates are so much lower, they also had to announce a rate hike because they lost $1 billion last quarter in their streaming service. So they're now saying, this is our path to profitability. We have to raise our rates. Netflix is the only profitable streamer when it comes to looking at things like ARPU and the bigger picture. But the other piece that I know investors are looking at is, who's got the goods? So, you know, Netflix would love to have the prestige of HBO Max. They don't have it. They're spending like crazy to try to get it, but they don't have it. Disney hasn't even hit their content cadence yet. They won't even hit it probably until the end of this year. So they're just, you know, they have so many things. So does HBO Max. I mean, now they're going to load in Discovery content, but that's not even the most important. They have a huge library of, you know, and I work in the kids business a lot too. They've got kids stuff from, you know, from Cartoon Network and all these other places. They just have a ton of stuff that they haven't put out yet. So in a way, if you're an investor, you're like, okay, I can see these paths to profitability by looking at the rate that people are charging and how much the revenue is per subscriber. But at the same time, it's a race, right? And all these other companies are losing money hand over fist. But I kind of think, this is just my own prediction, I think it's shifting back over to the real content makers. This is not an investment advice of any sort. But yeah, so that's what I would say. Anyway, long answer, but sorry.
I'd say there's, in addition, that there's other metrics that you may want to look at. So time spent. How much time are people spending with each of these platforms? So, you know, there's the battle for attention, and you know, these are things that we look at from the advertising side. How many people? How long are they watching certain things? This is why TikTok is, you know, just an incredible company, an incredible thing that's taken over culture. I mean, people are spending hours on average, so that has to come from somewhere else, unless they're multitasking everything at the same time. So I would also look at those metrics. I would also suggest, kind of getting back to some of the mentions of the recommendation engine, I would also suggest that there's some softer metrics, maybe through social listening and places like Reddit, where you can get a feel for the user experience. You know, and I think with certain streamers, it's becoming more common to hear like from your own network or your own friends, like, yeah, their recommendations never make sense to me. Like, I don't ever really click on them. The question is like, why is that? Can they improve it? I think those things can also be telling too about the sort of velocity of a business. And so you want to look at these things over time in a time series, like not only who's got what, but how is it changing, like who's on the rise, and take those things into consideration for your investments.
I would suggest one thing. I would suggest going to any of these companies if they're publicly traded annual report and reading the management discussion and analysis. And within that, you'll see the key metrics that they care about, and you'll be able to back solve in some way for the ways in which they view their business. You may not be able to pick it apart in fine detail, but you'll at least know sort of directionally where their head is in terms of what kinds of things. And if you look at a number of different companies, you can see how they may or may not line up with one another, or do they? And you'll be able to make some comparisons in that way.
So before we move on to the next question.
I feel like that's good. I know we got a line.
Yeah,
going
no,
too.
but before we move on to the next question, I want to offer something, which is everything that these guys said is what I would say. I'm just stoking the fire here, guys, being a little provocative. I don't think it's right. Let me explain. For your objective, okay? Not that these aren't important metrics. They are ridiculously important metrics. But because you said investment, okay? There's two types of public companies and private companies, okay? When you are making an investment, yeah, by the way, to be clear, no investment advice. They're like, this is like, do not, anything we say on this panel, this is, we are not investment professionals. Please talk to your own investment professionals. But public companies and private companies, when any investor puts money in a company, what they are doing is that it's almost like a time value of money. They're saying, what do I believe over a certain investment time horizon? What do I think the company will be worth over 5 years, 3 years, 2 years, et cetera? The KPIs, the metrics that matter to the finance and investment community are not amount of content. They're not first time streams. Those are all proxy. By the way, up until, or I should say until very recently, a metric that did matter to the finance to the investment community was subscribers. Not anymore. Or I should say it still kind of matters, but not anymore. What the ultimately, and by the way, for whatever this is worth, I've been in the corp dev and finance groups at a couple of big companies. Depending on the company, the most important metrics are what's on the P&L and balance sheet. Revenue. The revenue is for when there isn't really profit, okay? So for private companies, EBITDA, which is earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. For public companies, depending on the size of public company, it's OI, or operating income. And then finally, it's net income, okay? And the reason it's the reason why these are all sort of ultimately some sort of profit or cash metrics, because what's happening is that investors are saying, if I put money in today, I believe that this company will produce this amount of profit down the line. If you stop and you think about it, go, well, how do we explain Netflix's growth over 15 years? Because up until very recently, they were not profitable. But why did that stock price keep going up? The reason is back to what they were saying, is because when you are not getting high returns from your dollars, like as investors, and think about interest rates were pretty much zero for however long, right? And so then you place your money in higher risk places and higher growth places. And subscribers were used as a proxy for profit, right? And so now that everything that's happened on Wall Street and inflation and the macroeconomic conditions, now a lot of the investment community is saying, okay, we were just giving you guys money to grow. Now it's time to make money. Now it's time for you guys to monetize. And by the way, what has happened? What has happened in the last few months? Netflix announces an ad service. Disney announces an ad service, right? The days of, by the way, this isn't just in this space, like the Silicon Valley companies. By the way, do you guys know there's something called the millennial subsidy. Does anyone know what that is? The millennial subsidy, it's an investment or kind of term, is that and I think it's because millennials sort of grew up in this time period where a lot of the services that were provided at a ridiculous discount, right? So think about Uber as an example, or Instacart, or any of these platforms, or Airbnb. By the way, you guys know Airbnb, you could like rent a 3,000 square foot house for like $200 a night. By the way, somebody's not making money there, right? Or I could take an Uber 30 miles and it would cost me $12, right? Why? Because investors were allowing these companies to get big and grow without profit. And what are you now seeing? Those investors like, time to make money. And what have you seen all across the board? The prices have gone up, and like now people are trying to figure out how to make money. And in our space, video content, you are now starting to see monetization in a big way. Part of the reason why Keith is on the panel is entertainment and media. What is the #1 way that they monetize always? Like it always works out this way. Advertising, right? And so the advertisers are now becoming important. Disney Plus, ad service. Netflix, ad service. Next question, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Professor Arif Ansari here. I just want to give you a heads up. I have another talk which I'm going to give today right after this. So if you see me leaving, don't take it in a bad way. So my talk is on perfect viral ad prediction. Because he was talking about KPIs, I want to give my insights because I work with Wavemaker and Netflix India. And what they're looking at is out of the box KPIs. So we help them to do SWOT analysis on the fly. So they want to compare themselves against Amazon Prime. I think one of your Amazon guys here. And also they want to compare against Disney from the social media space. What are they looking at? Because they're looking at the long term. They want to understand what is the subscriber acquisition cost in the social media space, because they do the work for you. And they want to understand because they want to convert the prospects and existing customers who are going to watch in YouTube the ads, the teaser trailers of the upcoming shows, and they want to see how they want to go. The second thing they want to know is, hey, what is the virality of the ads, which we help to predict, as well as resonance. The third thing, interesting metrics we created, is called the push score. Your ability to push somebody to the top of the marketing funnel, which is basically a function of how many ads you put per day. Is called constant touch, along with what? How many, what is the resonance? Then we also do the top of the funnel estimate. How many people from the social media space you're pushing them to the top of the funnel? So all these things are new way of looking at KPIs out of the box. This is not current, but future, which Netflix looks at it and sees how does it translate into my future growth and all those things. I just want to share this point. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's what Xavier was trying to get at with the question and trying to push on the investor piece. What really matters is what question you're trying to answer in order to develop the right perspective and hypothesis to test it and to understand what it is. So if it's from the marketing standpoint, which is not the other side of the coin for what you're doing, right? Awareness funnel all the way down to conversion. Is performance marketing the right way for you to go as a service? So let's take Netflix, for example, where they spend their money. They completely pulled out a year or two ago of some places, and they're spending a lot of their money in social media because they're seeing better results on TikTok, for example, and on Instagram and other places like that. It will change again over time as these services find new and unique ways to engage with those customers, and as TikTok, for example, changes the way in which they monetize that 1 billion+ users a month. So it really depends on the question. You have to be very careful in constructing that question to be able to understand what it is and challenge, this is a data conversation, challenge your biases. You talk about out of the box thinking. It's really important to pressure test every one of those KPIs and just make sure you're not bringing a bunch of bias into the conversation.
Great point. We'll go on this side. To Eric's point, there is one of my favorite lines in movies, in cinema. I'll tell you the line. You guys tell me what the movie is. The line is, "Your scientists were so preoccupied on whether or not they could, they didn't stop to think if they should." Everyone knows that Jurassic Park. So I was the founder of a structured data and analytics company, video personalization engine, and we developed I would argue to this day, one of the best recommendation engines like in the world, and for premium video. And when I pitched it to all the studios and all the platforms, and it was, and Keith knows about it, these guys all know about it. It was, I mean, like the data science and how we figured out a way to programmatically structure like billions of data sets and show this technology to the studio heads and the platforms. And you know what the reaction was? Cool. So, and I was like, what do you mean so? I was like, this is the, now you can take this. And what they said was, what does this do? I was like, well, because people will get the content that they want. And they said, and what does that do? And so that, to your point, it's very important to not just clean up and analyze data. What are we actually trying to accomplish? Question.
Thank you, panel. My name is Vivek Ta. I'm with Spectrum Data Services, a small consulting company. We do placements for the media field. So my question is more as a consumer rather than as a data professional. And I think you kind of jumped on it right now when you said, so what? But I like to watch Amazon Prime, I want to watch Netflix, and I noticed that on Amazon, I really like to see the star ratings. And I like to see the little bit of write-up. Then I go to Netflix, and there's no star ratings, there's no write-ups. They just kind of jump into the movie and they kind of start showing something to you. Now, maybe it's a matter of, you know, I'm not a millennial, I'm more of a Generation Xer, but I'm just naturally attracted to Amazon. So my question is, why do companies not ask you a very quick question at the end of the show saying, rate this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stars, or, you know, maybe 1 or 2 very quick, very simple questions saying, did you like this? You know, what are your favorites? It just seems that you're running around the bush going to Facebook, you're going to TikTok, you know, what do people like, what's on here, but why not ask directly and see that the people who are watching the show, what they say? It just seems to be something missing to me, and that's what I want to know from you guys as executives.
Well, I think it's great that you love 2 of the key features that IMDb has, which is the star rating, which is also available for purchase if anyone would like to license that for their platform. And X-ray, which you're talking about, which is all the metadata we have associated with all the content that is at the moment only available within the Amazon ecosystem.
I'd like to point out how smooth the panelists have been in plugging their own companies and their clients and their services. That's like, this is hot. This is next level stuff here.
No, I agree with
Oh, you learned from me? Okay.
I agree with what he's saying. I'd like to see that. I go to IMDb to see that.
So we're always looking for, you know, new ways to engage audiences in ways that matter to them. Amazon is famous for working backwards from the customer and constantly doing surveys with our research team to figure out from the content side, the consumer content side, I don't mean content like produced shows, but what is it that consumers would like at scale to be able to serve up things that are interesting to them? And then X-ray, as an example, is available to everyone, but you don't have to have it on. So there's a choice associated with it. But Amazon does do that and leverages their capabilities to serve up that useful information.
I'll just add, from a data science perspective in the abstract, like it's sort of baffling to me why, to what you're saying, that there aren't more ways for users to input the things that they want to watch, like in a sort of, you know, non-obtrusive way. I suspect that there's tension between usability and collecting too much from each user. But I have the same questions as you.
I'll add into that real quick. So we have a product we're testing on Fire TV. It's a What to Watch app that you can, if you have a Fire Stick or a Fire TV app, you can check out, that gamifies this recommendation around what kind of content, asking for user input so that we can, you know, it's very, very much a beta product. But the idea is that, you know, we have, again, first-party data that's great. We have third-party data that we pair with it, and now we're trying to figure out what that right balance is with user input, whether it be a single, would you like to see a horror film is the traditional kind of question, but would you like to see a horror film that has, you know, very gory or comedy or romance? And this starts to give you a more nuanced kind of view around what it is. So
I think, I'd love to hear from others too about, what is the right amount of user interaction that doesn't create friction but adds value?
So, what a shock! I'm going to disagree with you. Okay, so it's not just these guys. And then who's next? I'm going to disagree. There's a reason. There's a reason. Remember, what I said data at scale is very powerful, right? I said that earlier. Here's the rub with this thing at the end of something, and you say, did you like it or did you not? Right? If you guys aren't on any of these platforms, Facebook and this and that, sometimes they put up did you see an ad for blah, 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 or whatever, what do you think of this? Okay. Here's the rub with that. The rub is you are likely not going to get a proper representative cross-section of folks that are going to address, they're going to address it, right? Think about like Yelp reviews, right? Think about, or like negative, like comments, right? People, there's a certain type of person that always leans in and does that, right? And so while absolutely surveys are important, they add some color to it. Sort of something I heard once, grandmother said, don't read their lips, watch their feet, right? The problem is, unless you can get like 90% of people that watch that thing to take the even 30-second or 15-second survey, what might happen, what's worse than data not at scale? Skewed data. That is because then that will send it the wrong way. So at the end of that, what you're saying, I would love for everybody to provide that word of mouth. But I mean, guys, sometimes I don't even spend the extra second and a half on a platform to do something. So that's why I think that's the case. All right, this side, let's.
Hello, and I think the discussion, it's a really good segue into my questions. I'm Shruti, and before coming to USC, I was leading digital marketing for 11 years, and recently I was with Procter & Gamble, leading brands. And thank you for the insightful discussions. And because the panel has diverse experience in creative, business, and data, so I have two questions. My first question would be, how do you find the right balance between data and intuition while decision making? And especially if you could share with us your experiences where you have had to make decisions that went against what data was prompting you to do, but you went with your own intuition. And my second question would be that nowadays we have a lot of in-placement in film placement for branding and advertising. So how difficult or easy it is to rely on data in order to convince the marketers or brands?
Tracy, do you want to answer the first one and keep the second?
Sure. So historically, what we used to do to greenlight content would be look at historically how either the actor, the genre, those things performed, and those were all modeled out, and then you would know, oh, does this look likely successful or not? And then once the content was made, we do focus groups, which were incredibly biased because they would fill out a survey afterwards, but sometimes these guys were laughing because I said, oh, there must have been a really data-driven decision to drop Batgirl off of Warner's slate entirely. But they were like, no, because it's probably, well, first of all, it was a tax write-down, but the other piece is that some people still go with ultimately with just the instinctual gut-driven, the boss said, we need to do this. And sometimes when we were changing content after focus grouping, focus groups where we would be in the middle of different cuts of content, one person's comment would be latched onto, and then they would come back to the producers and say, we need you to do this. And we'd be like, let's do 5 more focus groups and see. So the change now is that, I know that there's much more data at the content level and the development level. As I mentioned before, I think it can be a little hazardous, but I think more and more, I think we're moving into really looking heavily at data when we're creating, because we're creating for mainly data companies.
So
Right. I have the same questions, and I think like this concept that if the people making decisions could only know what the analysts know, like why would they keep making this thing or placing the ads in this place when we know that that's not, you know, that's not optimal? I've thought about this a lot. It's quite challenging. You know, I think there's a real art that needs to sort of accompany the data science to help make it approachable and safe. And, you know, I've seen in many different environments, like very sophisticated environments, non-sophisticated environments, like regardless of the background. I think in management, you know, people tend to, they've been very successful and they've made, you know, part of that success is based on they have good judgment, you know, and to come and show them something in a different way of making decisions, it can be quite challenging. So I think you've got to really bring that sort of artfulness to what you're going to explain. Is it the methodology? Is it the key insight? Is it the decision? And really sort of doing that in a safe sort of, you know, a creative way, but not the sort of, you know, you must do this or this is what's going to happen. I mean, that tends to not be the best route in, although that could work too. You know, I think in film, like there's all these things coming online, like computer vision, putting scripts through machine learning and having those derivatives, you know, sort of suggest what's going to happen based on comparables, right? You put everything through the machine, you get this level set way of looking at things. That sounds weird and scary, you know, and I think this is a hard problem, and it's at the core of you know, bringing data science into the boardroom kind of thing. So I think finance folks are most likely to understand and sort of be accepting. I don't think I'm answering your question, but I think it's a really good question.
You've been waiting for some time. Thank you for the question. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Okay, yeah, these will be last. Yeah. We started a little late, so yeah, okay. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, guys, for the talk. As of now, my name is Ali Hassan. I come from a asset management consulting and private equity background in New York, so not like these other folks here. I'm currently going to do my business analytics master's here at USC. My question is, let's say you have a product that isn't doing too well or a show that's not getting the attention that you want. How do you make that decision between pushing more advertising or just cutting its budget or pushing away from it? So what's that fine line between going forward with something or drawing back from it?
Well, you know, look, as an ad person, you know, there's all these fundamental ways of knowing whether you've put enough out or not enough. So sometimes there are like saturation points, or you know, there are curves, and so part of the question is, have we spent enough? But if the signal on what you've spent is not suggesting it's a success, I mean, that's something to take into account too. But I mean, oftentimes you have to spend to a certain threshold to reach a certain number of people, a certain number of times to create the response that you're looking for. But frankly, the product's got to be a good fit, right? So like goodness of fit with the audience is important. So if the product is a stinker, you can't advertise your way to success, which is fundamentally true as well.
Let me ask you a question. You're in private equity asset management. At what point does your firm write down an investment or an asset? Like where you write down the book value. At what point do you like go, you know what? They didn't have the year that they had or the quarter, but if we put more money in, they'll raise the nose of the plane, versus just saying, hey, we're going to write this off. What is the decision-making criteria that your firm uses?
Well, it's really dependent on the industry that you're looking at. I can't really answer right off the bat, but definitely. It
depends. Okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
I would say, honestly, for me, I've only done acquisitions. So when I do acquisitions, it's pretty much you do a whole refinancing structure, and if it's accepted, it's accepted. If it's not accepted, you just walk away. That's how our firm did it.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
yeah, we'll wrap up.
Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe the questions can be asked one-on-one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Can we just do one more? Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. Okay. You've been waiting. Yeah.
This is on. Oh, okay, now it's on. My name is Asim. I'm a Web3 content creator, and my question is just basically, I see a lot more when it comes to like media campaigns. I see a lot more like big companies utilizing the actual consumers to create content for them. So as an independent content creator, like who doesn't have like all the access to like machine learning and like all of these things, what are like the best ways to like create enough tension and I guess like buzz to like for like a big brand to be like, we like your strategy and we want to like collaborate with you, if that makes sense.
I feel like that's a producer-y question, Tracy.
I guess it is. Well, the interesting thing that is in Web3, you can have such a smaller audience that can sustain you because they're participating in your content in such a huge way. And so you could have only 10,000 people who know who you are, and they can actually probably sustain you to a certain degree. So I think you're looking at a much smaller number now. That's going to change because all the big companies are going to rush into what's supposed to be this decentralized space. But I think I wouldn't even be looking for scale if I were you. I would be looking for passion and a unique, very unique narrow vertical in Web3.
Guys, as you heard, we've run out of time, but thank you, panelists. Thank you guys. By the way, you guys made this session because your questions, these were great questions. We'll be mulling around for a few minutes if you guys want to ask any of the questions that we couldn't answer. But again, thank you guys very much. Really appreciate all the work that you guys have done. Thank you, panelists. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Randall, this downloads folder. Where's this downloads? And you're saying if I double click on that, it'll play right to So you're saying that if I hit play on this, it should play. It should play full screen. Okay.
Yep. Well,
Yeah.
we'll do full screen. Full screen then play. Right. So control off. Right. Full screen.
Okay. Listen. You work on an app. You work on a Mac.
Yeah.
PC or Mac?
No, no.
Yeah. What? 22 years. Never had a Mac. No. Okay.
Yeah. So instead of control F, it's just command F.
Yeah, but why don't we can just do? We don't need the we don't need anything on the screen now. Okay.
I think there's a filler. There's just a loop.
Yeah, but it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
All right.
Ping me on Slack if you need anything. It's not me.
Okay. But I mean, here's the like. I don't know if anybody here. But I'm just gonna say like 2 words and then play the video, and then a news probably would just come on stage. Are you? Oh, perfect. No. Well, we're checking yeah, I guess I'm just saying if you're in control. You guys are controlling audio. Team audio is controlling. Okay. Well, but if I tell them this, then or you? Well, because I guess what I'm trying to say is like this isn't really a panel. Just in terms of what this is going to be. We're clearly going to play the video, and then one person is going to give a talk from here. I believe so. Okay. But it's going to be. There won't even be there won't even be anything after that. Like, yeah, Bruce is going to give his talk, and that's it.
Yeah, you want to make sure you're getting
Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't know. We'll have to see play and double click on the top. Yeah. so I don't. Yeah, I don't know the answer to that question. If that, you tell me. I'm just giving you what I understand is going to unfold, and if you guys tell me, you guys tell me what is best to do right now. Boy, this is fun. I feel like, are we doing a bit? Yeah, there's nobody in here. Let's just get the video ready to go.
Okay.
Yeah. Perfect. Okay. Should I do this? I'm going to do this. In fact, I think you were sitting on the side of the clock. I'm going to point the clock. And then yeah, and by the way, the guy may know this, like, he's just doing this. But what if you start walking?
Camera guy.
Oh. Okay. All right, but I don't think it's... But that seems to be this got nothing to do with Welcome to the Startup Showcase panel. Got a packed house here at Bovard. Hope everybody's having a good day. The actual startup event actually occurred on August 4th. We wanted to give the winners of the startup event, and I'll say a few words about what that event was and what continues to be. But we had 30 startups apply from 4 different continents. We whittled it down to about 8, and 7 presented to a panel of 5 judges virtually on August 4th. We had 3 winners, first place, second place, and third place. The first place winner, Aware Health, the CEO presented at the keynote session this morning. And then this afternoon, we've invited Griot and Service Mob, our second and third place winners, to present here at DataCon. So we've actually got a short video from Griot, and then hopefully, if we all just put our collective thoughts together, Anuj from Service Mob will be walking into the building here any minute. But let's see a little talk from Griot, Field Communication Reinvented.
Hi, I'm Sean Miller, CEO and co-founder of Griot. Over the last 15 years, I have worked with various skilled trades across different sized orgs. And when those trades run into challenges in the field, they typically reach out to one another to tap into their tribal knowledge the team has. Now, the good news is that they know their team has that tribal knowledge, but there's a few challenges with how they look to tap into that tribal knowledge. First, most of the trades today will call one another. While the calling's quick and easy to do, it's not visual. It requires them to spend a good amount of time getting one another up to speed and explaining what they think the other person on the line should try and do. Second, as that tribal knowledge is being shared, it's never captured. So if that person leaving the org ever leaves the org, that knowledge leaves with them. And third, there's a few tools out there that have tried to say improve communication for office workers, et cetera, but there's no tool out there that's really been designed for how skilled trades work to help them improve this communication. In steps Griot. Griot's vision is to be the Slack for skilled trades, a unified communication tool that helps them do 2 primary things. First, better communicate in the moment so they get the info they need when they need it and they keep their jobs on time and on budget. And second, capture that tribal knowledge so it can better help the organization, stay within the organization, help with future trainings, help with future work, and just help the org continue to grow and get better. So we achieve these 2 goals by doing a few things. First, we make visual communication easy to do. We remove the complexity around what device is someone on and make communication between an iPhone, an Android, and a computer all seamless and easy for a tech to do, and allow that tech to quickly get remote eyes on site with other team members and end customers so they can share knowledge and get work done. Second, we help the techs organize and capture and organize all the information out there. So whether, again, it's an asset from a call, a PDF, a job map, all these things can be captured and organized in Griot instead of having techs try to look for these things across shared folders like Dropbox, phone calls, emails, or text messages. Now with Griot, they're all in one central location. And third, we've designed our product to work the way field techs work. So whether this is things like using their phone number instead of emails, since a lot of field techs don't have emails, or the UI that makes it quick and easy for a field tech to not only communicate with their team, but to understand if anyone's communicating with them around a relevant project that they're working on right now. This is all quick and simple for the field tech to understand and use. So the skilled trades have had this sort of communication challenges for a while. So you maybe ask yourself, why now? Why is this something I finally have to start paying attention to? And I think there's 2 things primarily driving this. First, when COVID started to hit, it drove 2 things. First, it drove an acceleration in the retirements of skilled trades. And second, it drove an increase in the input costs of skilled trades, whether that be the labor costs or the fuel costs to roll a truck. And so project managers and trades now are under more pressure to get work done efficiently because they have less people to get the work, less average experience, and higher costs. Second, there's been an exponential growth in the complexity of work some of these trades have to do. So if you think about a low voltage technician or an HVAC technician or property maintenance, the work they have to do now typically involves a lot of IoT devices. So they're not only trying to install a lock, but worried about Wi-Fi access or networks or other things, where they more leverage the common knowledge of the team, that tribal knowledge where someone on the team knows how to deal with one part of it, someone else is an expert on another part. They need to be able to leverage that common team to deal with the more complex world they have in front of them today. So Grio as a team, myself, I've worked with these skilled trades for over 15 years across different types of skilled trades and different types of organizations. And Grio partnered with Union Labs, which also has really good in-depth experience working with skilled trades to try and help us solve this problem. The first version of our product, we partnered with a very diverse set of companies, again, across different types of skilled trades and different sizes. And we're going out now to raise our seed round so we can bring Grio to more skilled trade organizations of different sizes out there in the world. We look forward to working with you. If you have any questions, please reach out to us and I'll be happy to answer them myself. Thank you very much for your time.
It's great. We've got a virtual competition followed by a on-demand video in a live room. So we're covering all the bases here. And then streaming this live, so that's fantastic. News, I think I saw you come in. Come on down while I say a few more words about the Global Startup Program. This year we had a little bit of a change. In past years, as you know, prior to COVID, DataCon LA has been live. We've had a pitch event here at USC. This year we expanded it out a bit to create an ongoing programmatic opportunity for early stage companies, those are pre-seed or seed, be able to tap into the DataCon LA technical community, as well as connect early stage venture capital firms, mostly in the Southern California region, and advisors and mentors. So go to dataconlastartup.com, signal your interest in being part of our networking community. We've got some partnerships with USC, UCLA, UCI, SDSU, Cal State Fullerton, and some exciting things to come for the Global Startup Program at DataCon LA. So now, unusually, they tell me that if I just go to the downloads folder, I'll be able to find your PowerPoint. And of course, Rich, using you by name is probably easier said than done. And hopefully, if I double click on this, it's going to load up play-by-play with the computer here. And if I say it's on this screen, but not on the larger screen, let's see here. Okay, Rich, this is probably where you want to make your way to the stage to make sure that this is all going to work out famously. I'm going to allow Anuj to introduce himself, CEO of ServiceMob. Had a group of impressive projects pitching this year, and certainly Anuj, impressive organization, impressive team, impressive project. So Anuj, hopefully somebody from the booth will make this appear on this screen as soon as you go into PowerPoint here, and you'll be good to go. So Anuj from ServiceMob.
There we go. Yeah. All right, how's everyone doing today? Hopefully well. Today we're going to talk about everyone's favorite topic, customer service analytics. This is why you came here, folks. This is going to be a fun presentation, so just bear with the ride. Today we're going to talk about customer-centric metrics and the data fragmentation problem in modern customer service. That's a long title, so we'll just keep going, and we'll talk about what we're really here to talk about. First, just to quickly introduce myself, my name is Anuj Bala. I'm the founder and CEO of ServiceMob. We are a cloud-based analytics platform for the customer service industry that displays the true performance level of the operation. The old Peter Drucker quote is never more true. If you can't measure it, you can't improve it. And you know, that's really the case with a lot of customer service. So that's a little bit about what we do at ServiceMob, but let's really get into the problem we're trying to solve. Customer service sucks. I'll let that sink in for a second. You know, has this been you in the last day, week, month, or year? You know, calling an airline, calling a healthcare company, calling whoever, and you're waiting on hold for the next available agent. It's a frustrating experience. You know, so I think we all can relate to this as consumers. But the problem in perspective is interesting. Folks, it's 2022. Elon Musk can land a rocket ship upright back on the launch pad and reuse that rocket ship. That's something that's never been done before. That's a hard physics problem. Yet, customer service is still a quagmire. So, you know, we've done some amazing things this century, but customer service solving that problem is definitely not one of them. And, you know, why is customer service so bad? So, you know, unlike the rocket, you know, so here we go. To have a successful mission, to have a successful launch on a rocket ship, you know, the fuselage, the power controls, everything down to the rivets and the O-rings have to be working together to make that mission successful. In customer service, that's not what's happening. Those component parts are not working together. That's because there's so many different ways you can contact businesses today. It's not just the call centers, not just the to do this, press 1, to do that, press 2. That's what it used to be, right? But now, you know, I can complain to you about your company on Twitter. I can make a stink on Facebook. I can WhatsApp or WeChat your business. I can email you, chat you, maybe go on a community forum, go on a web service, mobile app, SMS. There's so many different ways that companies and consumers could really interact with each other. So you throw that on top of a very disparate technology stack. There's a lot of different tech that makes customer service work. Thank you, venture capitalists. They've contributed to this problem inadvertently, but each part of the value chain in customer service has tons of disruption. It could be chatbots, it could be, you know, agent assist, natural language processing, AI, machine learning, and all kinds of different areas and aspects of the business. You multiply those two things together and you get, well, you know, people are gonna say that's not really Frankenstein, that's a monster, right? It was Dr. Frankenstein, but you get a Frankenstack, you get the Frankenstein architecture, right? And, you know, really what that does is it leads to bad disjointed data. Bad disjointed data. Guys, this is why your customer service sucks so bad. It's because they don't know what's happening. You know, they really just do not know what's going on. And so as a result, you know, we have poor information sharing across systems and channels. And as a result, you know, we try to put great technology, great tools. We're in the era of AI and machine learning, and we're putting it on bad data properties. You know, you ever hear the term garbage in, garbage out? Well, that's literally the story of customer service data. And so it's really not the fact that customer service data is bad, it's just fragmented. You know, it's across all these different sources. So in that value chain, we're, you know, so much disruption, especially in the last 10 to 15 years, has occurred in this industry, yet each one of those value chain solutions has their own silo of data. So for those of you young enough to know, a lot of what we do at ServiceMob, we're like the Kool-Aid guy of customer service data. We try to break through the walls, break the silos, try to integrate that data together into a coherent view end-to-end of the customer service experience. And each one of these companies, you know, are massive. They have big data repositories, but they don't see everything in the chain. Can you imagine one agent that takes one phone call, one email, one chat, one social media case, one SMS case? When you add that all up together, just to see what that agent did in one day, just to understand the productivity and performance of that one person, you have to integrate 5 or 6 different systems just to see how they did today. That's a lot of physics, you know? Maybe it's not a rocket ship, but still it's a lot of physics. So where do we get to? Operating a contact center is difficult as well. Operators are dealing with the disjointed data. They don't have the right information at the right time, and the staff has little visibility to their true performance. I always say salespeople, you know, I'm sure you know a few salespeople in your lives, right? They all know their numbers. They all know what they sold. They all know, you know, what their quota is, what they need to hit their bonus this month. People in customer service do not know anything. It's really bad. And so, you know, as customers, we're frustrated because the state of customer service is dismal, to say the least. But at the same time, operating a customer service operation is very difficult because they don't really have access to a lot of the information they need that really links to the customer experience. And the cost is too high. In an area of inflation, I'd say the experience inflation just shooting up. Time magazine says 13 hours a year, 13 hours a year, the average man, woman, and child spends waiting on hold for the next customer service operator. As a result, that's about 2.7 billion hours, $41 billion. If it was an economy, it'd be the 89th largest economy in the world, right between Panama and Turkmenistan. And if you add that up in lives, that'd be 4,100 lifetimes just for Americans. 4,100. I mean, if someone solved this problem, they'd literally be saving lives. So what do we know? The customer's time is king. This is from research that Accenture put out. What do customers care about? You all are consumers. You understand this. They care about, you know, how fast can I get to someone who could solve my problem, and then, you know, actually solving my problem. So, you know, speed and resolution are the most important things. You know, shouldn't be too surprising, but the top dissatisfiers all stem from data failures. Repeating information to multiple representatives. Why does that happen? That's a data problem, really. Like, if they don't know what you told the last guy, you know, data problem. Keeping on hold too long, that means someone jumbled the forecast. That's why on Tuesday at 10:30 a.m., you waited 90 minutes to talk to Delta Airlines for that trip that, you know, we desperately want to have post-pandemic, but you got to change the flight, and now you're waiting 90 minutes. That's the failure on data. Don't have the answers needed. Another failure on data. We don't see what paths are, you know, able to resolve the issues, and that's not accessible to agents. This is another data problem. So, you know, what do we know so far? We know that customer service sucks. We know something about rocket ships. Customer service data is fragmented like Frankenstein. Fragmented data makes customer service suck too. Cost of bad service is super high. And we know we should know what customers really want to get good service. So, you know, the real question is, how do we fix this? It's 2022, let's fix it, right? So we need to go from disparity to clarity. A little bit about what we do at ServiceMob is we take all of that data from those different systems and we break those silos and we unify that data across all the channels in the customer service tech stack. Now you could see end-to-end that customer service experience. You could see where there's bottlenecks in the process. You could see where there's productivity issues. You could see where the failure points that your customers are having in your product or service that ends up and lands in kind of the service queue. And as a result, you can derive predictive insights, performance reporting. You could generate hypotheses. How many A/B tests do we do in marketing? How many of you think really are happening in service today? It's somewhere next to nothing, you know? And so, you know, here's the other thing, ad hoc modeling and analytics. You need to have the right data model, the right data ontology to support this. And so this is a little bit about what ServiceMob does to go from disparity to clarity. And clear connected data provides new perspective. You know, before, people are just doing with what they have. They're looking at the world in the operational point of view. Data silos, there's no context of the experience, but what we're trying to do is flip the script. You hear Jeff Bezos talk about being customer obsessed. You hear customer centric, customer focused. Customer service is the place where the rubber meets the road, where customers and businesses interact. If our metrics and KPIs are operational centric instead of customer centric, then how could we ever be customer obsessed, customer focused, customer centric as a company? We have to change the way we do this. And so what we're really looking at is creating a new granularity somewhere in between customer service and the interaction level. We're really measuring experiences. And from that experiential point of view, you're gonna see some powerful things. So just an example of how we flip things from the operational point of view to the experiential point of view. If this is a scenario where the customer contacts 3 times, talks to 3 different agents within a week for a single issue, this is probably some kind of experience that you've had before. That first call is 7 minutes and 10 seconds, second call is 8 minutes and whatever, third call is 4 minutes. The operational point of view says, hey, we had 3 calls, the average was 6 minutes and 46 seconds. Our target was 7 minutes. Good job, agents, you did your job. But if we look at this if we flip the script, if we look at it from the customer experience point of view, that same issue, looking at it from that different perspective, was 7 days to resolve, 20 minutes and 18 seconds of your time that you had to invest with 3 different agents, 3 different times that you had to resolve that issue. And at the end of the day, that's gonna have a lot more to do with how much effort you put in as a customer to get that issue resolved with the business. And that has a lot more to do with the outcomes that businesses care about. So when we're unlocking that high resolution, we can now start to see new things that really provide that customer experience point of view. So, this is an example with a leading wireless provider where, they use ServiceMob to look at post-interaction churn. Which service interactions led to churn, from their subscription and led them to switch to another carrier. And this was looking at across cross-channel, retail, care, email, chat, web support. And essentially, what's interesting here is if you go up the chart, on the horizontal axis, you see the number of agents they talk to. On the vertical axis, you see the contacts that it took to resolve an issue. And what we found here is that if they talk to the same agent even 4 times, those bubbles don't get that much bigger, right? So churn rate, it increases, but not as dramatically. However, each additional person you talk to drives that churn up. That's an interesting insight, because I think before we said speed and resolution are very important, and those might be the most important things, but this also suggests that there's a revealed preference on being able to talk to the same person about the same issue to get it resolved. And no matter how many times you talk to them, you actually are stymieing increasing that churn rate versus, if you talk to a new person, that churn rate just goes up. So the normal path may be, talking to one agent for one contact, second agent, second contact, and you just see that churn rate dramatically go up the more you go up diagonally on this chart. That could mean tens of millions, sometimes hundreds of millions of dollars in churn, in retained revenue for companies. And this is all based on that customer service data. Being able to understand service levels. We talked about waiting on hold. Well, what's the optimal time? How do we have to staff? We use advanced analytics to provide that high resolution. So now we can actually measure the preferences of your customer base to see where you need to set your operational targets. Again, start from the customer point of view, move back to the operational. And now you can better set your targets in your business and better staff based on the preferences of your actual customer. Imagine that, creating customer service that's customer-centric. Wow. And then unlocking high resolution. Imagine a Match.com for customer service, right? Based on what we know about you as a customer and what we, the agents that we have on the floor, who's the best agent that statistically has the best chance of preventing that second, third, fourth contact based on what we know about you and your issue. You could do that over millions of interactions and get an amazing arbitrage in reduction of contacts and movement and contact rate. So all kinds of things that you can unlock with these high resolution analytics. And the results are in. It works. When you do this, you move the needle. Customer service gets better. And that's not a verdict from just the operation. That's a verdict from customers themselves, reduction in abandonment rate, reduction in contact rate, increase in productivity of agents, and then reduction overall in support costs. And at ServiceMob, through those high resolution analytics, even in our short history, we've helped companies save over $44 million, and you could take that straight to the bottom line. So bringing it all together, we're trying to build a rocket ship here to change the face of customer service. Unfragmenting data is key to driving improvement in service. Connecting data to work together will allow the operation to succeed for the benefit of the customer. Using analytics, you can uncover relationships that give you insight into the customer experiences in any and every channel where your business operates to meet that customer. And then leveraging these insights, you can enable the transformation in your business to achieve optimal results. We are ServiceMob. If you'd like to digitally transform your operation through customer service and analytics, come see us, come say hello at servicemob.com, and thank you for your time today.
Well, you can see why our judges were impressed with ServiceMob and Anuj. Thanks for coming to today's talk. Again, DataCon startup.org, or excuse me, .com for ongoing programming. Shout out to USC for hosting us, and USC Marshall, my alma mater. And Anuj, I'm sure, is still here. A lot of insight, not only what they're doing at ServiceMob, but a lot of great analytics. I'm sure he'd be happy to talk to you. And thanks for attending today's panel.
Hi, everyone. Sorry, the previous session ran a little bit late, so we're going to start 5 minutes later. So we're going to start 3:35. All right, good afternoon and hello everyone. Welcome to DataCon LA 2022. My name is Charlie. I will be your host for this session. Please be mindful for COVID regulations. Keep your mask on whenever possible. Also silence your phone during the session. Please do not hesitate to raise your hand if you have any questions. The session is currently streaming via Zoom and will be recorded. It will also be available online in a few weeks. Today, for our panel, which is about coming to terms with data privacy laws, we have our moderator, Jean Hong, Deputy Mayor at the City of Los Angeles, our panelist, Martin Devon, VP Digital Transformation at Autonomous Health, and Parker Laurie, SVP of Data at WIP Media today. So without further ado, let me hand this over to them.
Great, thank you, and welcome to all of our viewers online and everybody participating here in the room at DataCon LA and the combination with RMDS this year with IM Data. And a big thank you to USC for hosting this event this year and for all of you who are helping out with it and who will be watching online and our recordings as well. My name is Jean Holm. I'm the Deputy Mayor for Budget and Innovation at the City of Los Angeles. So for those of you here who aren't native to Los Angeles, welcome to the city on behalf of Mayor Eric Garcetti. Today we're going to talk about a variety of things related to data privacy, data security, and some emergent ideas around data ethics and kind of all of our responsibilities, all of you who are data scientists, data consumers, data users, technologists, managers, kind of what kind of responsibilities do we have or don't we have in making sure that data stays secure and private and is used in the way that people who share it intend for it to be used. So I'm going to ask our speakers to introduce themselves and talk a little bit about how data privacy affects their work. So first we'll start with Martin.
Hi, thank you so much, Jean. So as Jean said, my name is Martin Devon. I started out in the data world in the entertainment business. I first started on data architecture, digitizing music products. So back before you had all the wonderful tools we have, back in the old days, you used to listen to music on records or CDs, cassette tapes. For someone in my era, you'd make, if you wanted to ask someone out, you'd make a mixtape for them. I'm dating myself. But back then I started first thinking about data when you think about what it is you want to describe when you're talking about a musical composition and what's important to capture, and then how to take a look at digital rights and that kind of thing. And after a long time in the entertainment business, I moved to healthcare and had a lot of experience around, I was running a big nonprofit health information exchange where I had to help different healthcare entities negotiate how they could exchange patient information. And so I got a deep dive and a deep education into what you need to do to make sure that the data is private. It's very complicated when it comes to healthcare. We want to make sure that everything about our own healthcare is kept private, but we need to share information with a variety of doctors or different healthcare organizations in order to make sure to take care of you. So those are very complicated questions. So that's where I got a chance to learn about that.
Hi, I'm Parker. Just at SVP, or as of a week ago, was SVP of data at WIP Media. And yeah, so how have we gotten into data privacy? Well, and how has it affected my work? So I've worked for a couple companies now building data products. And I mean, at the end of the day, like, what's this saying? So if you're not paying for it, if you're not paying for the product, then you are the product, right? So ultimately, companies have to be able to make money and they want to offer these services. So I work for companies that try to repackage consumer data like in various forms. So for example, marketing analytics firm called Sense360, they would use location data to be able to determine like foot traffic to brick and mortar stores, right? And we will go into a lot of this, I'm sure, but like the sensitivity around there. And in the early days with smartphones, there wasn't a lot of protections. I mean, like they've gotten a lot better about it, but there really wasn't. So you could just like get full access to all of this information, and it was really crazy. And so now I think people are realizing that it's a real thing. But my background though is, I got my doctorate in math in 2010, and I went to academic route, and then came out on the other side of academia wanting to build data products. So that's what I do now.
Right. And then there's a lot of pressing issues, I think, for data privacy in the fields that we're representing, the fields we've worked in, which everybody's got kind of a large background. I know that in government, for example, some of the things we're concerned about is being open and transparent. So before I came to the city, I was the architect for data.gov for the Obama administration. And we really worked with 175 different agencies at the federal level to open up data, and then to open it up in ways that were actually usable, and to open it up in machine readable ways. It was like a learning journey in those early days of open data in 2008, 2009, to see what kind of data people wanted, but also what kind of data was useful and in what formats it would be useful. And I just had an interesting conversation earlier this week about the data on data.gov not being able to be used and consumed as training data sets for machine learning, because that's a kind of particular structure. So I think, we're looking at these issues where there's pushes to share data, whether that's an internal push, because there's, as you say, if you're not paying for the product, you are the product. There might be an internal push to, make revenue off this data, to improve services off this data, or in government trying to be transparent and sharing the data so that other people can use that in different effective ways. But it's also a challenge because there's this other side of what data should we protect, or what data are people expecting us to protect, and how do our data sharing agreements with other companies affect that? So some of the pressing issues for this data privacy and security in your field, Martin, maybe you want to just start us off thinking like, what are the urgent issues that people are struggling with?
Well, I think there's so many different places you could go here. Interestingly, one of the great things about DataCon is in the green room before you come on your panel, you meet some of the other people who are giving lectures or panels. And we've got an interesting discussion about how do you give consent to your data, and how do you give consent to using something. So, you buy a new iPhone or you download the new version, and they say, do you agree to our data agreement? And you could scroll through. If you're a lawyer, maybe you might enjoy going through the 15 pages of this, but if you've bought the iPhone, you're going to say yes, right? So what does it really mean to agree to use the, are you going to opt out of life? What does it really mean to consent? And similarly around data, around healthcare particularly, you have to really think about what does it mean to consent. So one of the things near and dear to my heart is consenting to share your medical data with other professionals. So when you're going to the doctor nowadays, your doctor will ask you to sign, okay, do you agree to share your data or don't you? And one of the things we got to get better about is in our agreements, summarizing what are you agreeing to. So you could have an agreement where you're agreeing to share your data in life and death situations or when you're referred to another doctor. But some of those agreements will allow, let's say if a doctor has an agreement where he'll share the information, he or she will share the information with pharmaceutical companies, at least you want to know about that if you're consenting to it. So we got to get better about raising the issues people care about and not giving them a 20-page agreement they wouldn't understand, even if they read it.
Do you think that companies are, to a certain extent, intentionally making it difficult for people to understand, so we all just for convenience say yes, accept the terms?
I think some of them are, but to be fair, a lot of them want to make sure that they're covered in cases of, they don't want to be sued. So their lawyer gives them back and they say, well, this is what you need to do in order to be covered. Okay. And it's so common in life. But I do think there are some people that don't necessarily have your best interests at heart. And that's where having standard agreements, and I think there's a role for government where they make sure that, okay, we surface these kinds of issues.
Parker, you've worked in a variety of fields and kind of looked at this overall as well. So what do you think about these urgent issues, maybe in entertainment as well, data privacy issues? We had this conversation earlier about gaming and what you share over your gaming space too.
Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately it comes down to, okay, so part of what I also do in my job is augment data sets, right? Because, and I don't think everyone understands how much data is being collected on them by all the applications that they don't even necessarily think that they're collecting data. Like, you could download an antivirus program, and then I could buy the data set about what you watched, right? Like, and you wouldn't even know it because maybe you didn't read the full agreement where it says, like, we have the right to observe your screen and things like that. So like, I think wrapping our heads around the amount of data that's being collected on us by all these applications is really difficult, but then also the tenure of the, like, it's not like it just goes away, right? As long as someone's willing to pay to store it, means that things that you did 15 years ago could be brought up. Like, let's say maybe you're running for political office and someone wanted to buy data sets about you, and like they get to uncover stuff from 15 years ago. You're like, wait, that was like, what is going on here, right? So like, there's no, like, your history does not disappear anymore. And I think that's a big thing, like, about all the collection of data. And so, yeah, so ultimately, you know, we're just gonna have to get, I don't know if there is a non-government way of doing this, but like, ultimately, how do you wrap your head around, like, what's your data, right? Like, you can't go to any single place and go, like, here's all the data that's collected on me, right? So you don't even know, like, microprocessors, like, yeah, the amount of different things that collect data is crazy. So I think that's a big issue, like even understanding and like making that maybe straightforward. And then also, like, I think everyone has the right to be like forgetting their past, right? And so how do you enact that when like everything's recorded forever?
Right. So I think that kind of leads into this idea of companies getting acquired by other companies, especially in tech. So like, that's the big goal for small companies, is to get bought out by a bigger company for $1 billion or more. And so I think that's part of the challenge, is that you may trust a company that you share data with, maybe like a lot of data. So if you have a rare disease, there's a lot of medical companies that we talked about that may give you very valuable information, and you may be totally comfortable, for whatever reason, sharing that because what you get in exchange is helpful. But then that company gets bought by a big conglomerate, who gets bought by another big conglomerate, and you've lost control of your data, because generally, for some companies, the acquisition is the acquisition of the data. The data is one of the major economic assets. So when we think about this kind of transfer of trust, it's one thing when you say, I'm introducing two people, and now, oh, okay, Parker, you're friends with Martin. I'll trust that Martin's a nice guy because I like you. But when we get to the point of these companies acquiring each other, like, how do we help people be aware of that? Whether you're a technologist in the company to kind of speak up about it, or whether you're a person who's using one of these companies that gets acquired. How do we help people be aware?
That's a really good question. One of the things that I've seen in healthcare is when people agree to partner with a new healthcare company, they put in a clause to say that's until you're acquired. If you're acquired, we reserve the right to claw back the information, because people have been burned in healthcare, and they've been burned in entertainment and every other. Even before you had the data problem, you had some of the big companies that in the tech space, I don't know if anyone remembers CA as a big company, right? And there were places that they would buy whatever product CA didn't offer, because they didn't like CA's terms. And then CA would buy the company that they had, and that was I guess I shouldn't name names, but I think it's been long enough ago, it's not an issue.
Yeah, that's Parker?
Well, there's one more thing I want to revisit back from your prior question, actually. And the other one is that, especially like in entertainment, data introduces biases, right? And feedback loops. So like, let's say, you know, one of my teams, you know, we need to be able to predict how a piece of content is going to do and which audiences it would attach to, right? And so if you think about, like, say, a recommendation engine, and you watched a couple shows, right? And it's going to produce this feedback loop, more or less, that's going to start serving you up more and more of the shows. So like, you know, you're kind of typecast very early on when you actually when you interact with any data that's using machine learning, unless they're really, like, unless the data scientists and the product managers have really tried to break out of that mold. Like, some do, some are like really thinking about this, but some are just like, let's just throw up a recommendation engine and call it a day, right? And you get this feedback loop where it's just like, you know, oh, you clicked on like, you know, a CNN article about Hillary Clinton now, where it's going to feed you all of this, like, you know, very left-wing type of stuff, or like, or the opposite, right? And so it just kind of, yeah, it's part of what's creating some of the, I think, tension in our society too, right? It's like the use of our data against us. It's like, we always want to think that data is good, more information is good, but it's like kind of being weaponized right now.
For those kind of products, I remember like I went through a Grace Kelly kick where I just want to see every one of her movies. She's not necessarily a favorite actress, but I just found, or there's just a series, you know, and I just went in for a deep dive for a month. Am I stuck with it for life?
Depends on how big the data science team is, on whether they could take into account like, you know, time frames and, you know, but most of the time, let's say that, again, like, if that's looked at as like just a feature to try to keep you in the app, but not like a core offering, then yeah, they'll just throw up a recommendation engine that they trained over the course of 2 weeks and integrate it and be done.
And I think in addition to things like recommendation engines, we also have to think about bias, particularly as we're moving to artificial intelligence and machine learning. So for example, we just put every employee at the City of Los Angeles through implicit bias training, every single one of our 56,000 employees. And we felt that that was important. Again, it wasn't telling them what they should do. It was just making people aware of their own biases. So I love animals, I truly do. But to be honest, I prefer dogs to cats. And so that may not seem like a big deal, but I'm in charge of the city's budget, and I fund animal services, which funds and cares for cats and dogs. So it's helpful for me to be aware of the fact that I have this bias so that when I'm looking at trade-offs, I can make that trade-off. Now, that's a trivial example. Again, I love cats and dogs. But when we're talking about things like trying to select people for our guaranteed basic income program, where 3,200 families are getting $1,000 a month for a year to help them during COVID. If we put implicit bias, if we let implicit bias happen in the algorithm, but that we help to make selections there, suddenly we're actually really making serious choices and affecting people. And so how do we start, like for the people here who are technologists and developers and kind of working in the field, how should we help them be aware to be and empower them to sort of call things out or to be aware even when they might be introducing bias?
So, yeah, I mean, it's definitely difficult. It's almost like you're creating software and you have a user manual almost, right? Like, because ultimately any data set you use is going to be biased in some particular way, right? Like this is impossible to get ground truth. No matter how hard you try, there's always like some sort of effect that's introducing bias into the data. So some you're going to be aware of, some you're not. You should definitely, like, I would say good data teams will try to understand what their biases are. And like, just like any good data governance program, like, you know, what comes out of the machine learning algorithm is again data, right? And so, you know, you should always be making sure that the output to the algorithm matches the context where it's being consumed, right? And like I mean, it takes lots of documentation. It takes lots of like overhead to do these things, right? And so when you're talking about like startups or budget constraint, like budget's always constrained across many areas of life. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to do that due diligence. I'm pretty sure it's not happening very often.
I saw a panel this morning at DataCon that kind of gives me a different twist on this question. The discussion was about audio description, and it was also around, for people who are not sighted, how can you accommodate them? Like if you've got these graphs, and when you look at a graph, you might be looking at trend information. So they were talking about adding trend information when you talk about graphs, or when you've got healthcare graphs, so they include context. If you've seen, you do a blood test and you get particular score on cholesterol. Telling you that you've got a 300 on cholesterol, is that good? Is that bad? So they put it within a band and they go, you know, low is here, you're within the safe band, or if you're above or below, and these are the ramifications. So you could explain that in accessibility. But other graphs, particularly around stocks, or, you know, there's deep intuitive patterns that we're recognizing. And one of the things that we had talked about is, from a data perspective, separating out what you're presenting with what patterns you're recognizing. So if you are not a sighted person, you still have pattern recognition, you just don't do it visually. So could you use sound? Could you, like, as a data scientist, can you think about, okay, what am I presenting, and can you filter out What are the patterns, and is there another way I could represent the pattern? So apropos to the question we just asked, can we filter out, okay, looking from a data perspective, where is the bias in the data, and can we pull that out or at least give it context? What do you think?
I think that's a great perspective, and I think the issue around accessibility is so important. You know, we have aging populations, but we also have, like in Los Angeles, 220 languages are spoken. So even when we think of just about like linguistic accessibility, it's important. And Google Translate, God bless them, doesn't do everything. And it really struggles with things like graphs. So I think that's part of it. I also think that part of what the path to success is hiring diverse teams. So, you know, if there's a whole bunch of people who kind of look the same age, same background, they may really gel and kind of be very productive, but they're going to have, like, they may have very shared biases. And so having teams of developers, bringing in interns with different perspectives, you know, bringing in, and then doing testing with diverse groups of people so that you don't run into the issues with Facebook, famously, who, you know, created machine learning and computer vision that couldn't identify people of color because it had only been trained on 20-year-old white guys. And so I think you have to kind of say, I'm going to build in the kind of people and who are going to help hold us accountable for doing something good or something truthful, and then also testing it and opening it up so that people can give us feedback and be open to that feedback to make it better.
I have a good story about that, actually, regarding privacy. So early on, it was let's say, I think only about 4 or 5 of us at maybe 6 at Since 360, and you know, all of us were well-intentioned, right? And you know, so we have all this data that we could determine like where all of these phones were going, right? And to us, that wasn't really a big deal. It was like, okay, you know, we're trying to build this data product out of this that's going to be anonymized, and actually that information won't leak out. It's fine. But then, you know, after looking at it for a year, like, oh, I bet as we grow, it probably would not be great for everyone in the company to have access to like all of like everywhere where someone went, right? Like knowing that they went to church, knowing they went where their like kids go to school, like all these things, right? So we then had to go and explicitly build in all of these like separation of private zones and kind of like only key individuals could get access to underlying data, but it took a lot of effort, right? And ultimately paid off in the product, which is good, because like companies also don't want to know this, right? That's like, you know, but you know, it's just like being a small team of people who are all kind of just like not concerned about it because it's never been an issue for us. It just, you know, breeds into this thing. There's like these biases where it's like in these danger zones that could actually be exploited at some point.
I think it's important to also note that there's a linguistic difference between bias and intent. So you can be biased because of your background, your exposure, your experiences. Your intention can still be good, right? As long as you're aware of those biases or those biases don't affect the outcomes in an unintended way of what you're doing. Intention is something different. So when we say that people have a bias, I just want to make sure people understand, we don't mean that they're bad or that having a bias is bad. Being unaware of a bias that negatively affects what you're doing, that's something that we want to try to help people avoid.
I think your point around linguistic bias is also really interesting. So my wife is Mexican, and so when we met at Tony Robbins, and I only spoke English and she only spoke Spanish. And so as we were dating, we got to learn how to talk to one another. And it's really interesting. You get into somebody else, you see from a different language, like why she thinks the way she does, why I think the way I do. And you start to learn, like, even in English, we have linguistic biases, but when you start to learn another language, you start to see a lot of things that it was invisible before. So I think that's the point you were making about these different teams, is that when you start to work with people that they have different biases, the bias isn't bad, it's just that's how they grew up, that's where they come from. And the intention is learning what's going on with your biases and how it produces results.
Right. We did a project at the city of LA called Shake Alert. So it was the first earthquake early warning system in the country. And so so this was a mobile app. In order to do this, we had to know a couple of things. One, we had to know an earthquake was coming, so we worked with the U.S. government that has earthquake sensors all over the country, and they can detect the ground shaking before you'll feel the shaking. So we were talking about nanosecond delivery of warnings, so that you would know that within the next 60 seconds you would feel an earthquake and how strong it was going to be. But obviously, LA is a big place, right? And we actually gave alerts all over Southern California because we didn't have to kind of geofence it specifically. And so it's going to be very different if you're in Lancaster or Ventura than if you're in San Diego. So we wanted to deliver information specific to where you were or approximately where you were. So we said, well, within sort of 10 square miles, it should be relatively about the same amount of shaking. So we had to know that where your phone location was within 10 square miles periodically. That was, you wouldn't believe, that's all we needed to know. And we rolled it out, and we had 1 million users. We eventually rolled it up to the state. But it was amazing what people thought we were trying to collect about them and what they thought we were trying to do with that data, when literally, to be honest, they didn't want to know anything about you except your location in proximity to the earthquake. So sometimes we have the other thing where people assume sort of the worst because, you know, trust in government is low or trust in a specific organization might be low, and then you have this other outcome.
What's funny actually is that, okay, so you cannot go back in time and record data, right? So you get in this mindset anytime you're setting up like metrics and recording data that you want to record everything that you can, right? Because you don't know if it's going to be useful. Maybe you'll make use of it, and then someday, like, you know, you don't when like you want that there so you can use it, right? But that's counter to what you're talking about here, which is like, okay, on the other hand, if you really want to not get in trouble or make your life easier with GD, like all the different privacy laws, you should only record things that you absolutely need to, right? Like, you may actually be able to get someone's, like, you know, gender and their and their age, but if you're really not, like, if it doesn't make sense, you shouldn't, right? And like, so there's this kind of like this like juxtaposition, or like these like opposing kind of forces that happen when anytime people are creating apps or like anything that records stuff, because they want to, like, especially if they're like creating a data product. So I think things are going towards what you're talking about there, where it's like, what's the minimum we need to be able to do it? But like, I think we're still very far from that overall mindset across all of developers.
I expect that in healthcare, kind of that what you were just talking about, Parker, wanting to collect everything. I don't know about you, but when I go to one of my doctor's offices, I swear I fill out the same 20 forms over and over and over again. And even though they've gotten better about electronic health records, it's like, you already know the medications I'm on. Like, you already know how old I am. You already know, you know, the basic demographic data. Is healthcare one of those areas where you think that people are more willing to share because they get a potentially better benefit, or that we just gather data randomly to be able to give the doctor sort of peripheral information?
When you ask that question, like my brain floods, like, I want to explain, no, the reason they're doing this is because, so if I think back to my nonprofit days, and you look at, for example, if you've got underserved population that is going to a clinic. So unfortunately, the way a lot of the clinics are funded is they've got, you know, they get all these different individual grants. And there's one particular clinic that I went to that we were trying to help them share the information with the bigger hospitals. And so what happened is they had this computer over here that was associated with this grant and this application. And this one over here, it wasn't even like a different application on the same computer. It was a different computer. Like, they have like 5 different screens, and depending what they're talking about, they go to the different ones. And because of grant reasons and different reasons, they couldn't talk to each other, right? So sometimes the reason they're asking is, well, you just came here last Tuesday. You know, I was here last Tuesday. You asked me the same questions. Yeah, that went into that computer. But those questions you're not going to explain that to anybody. You're just say, I'm so sorry. It's just the way we do that. Can you please, you know, and that's, yeah.
For your thing about, like, should they be collecting it? I mean, if you don't have strong laws, especially on healthcare, that help, like, not using that to affect other aspects of your life, then yeah, you shouldn't, right? Because, for example, let's say that you regularly go and they take your cholesterol, right? And maybe for various health reasons, your cholesterol spikes and maybe comes back down. Like, I mean, if you apply for a life insurance application, like that's now in your record and it's going to affect your rates, right? So like, yeah, I mean, I think that's just like a minor example of what could come once we start recording more and more data. And like, yeah, there's got to be strong laws for this.
Well, think about how many applications ask for your social security number. You absolutely, positively should not ask, if you're building an application, unless there's a specific reason to do that and a really important reason. That's the reason why there's so much fraud, is because people were able to get that information off of so many people from, and I'll be out in the world and someone will say, well, we need to know your social security number. And I'm like, no, you don't. And they're like, well, that's our process. I'm sorry. I'm like, no, and I'll complain about it, right? But it's that kind of thing that where to buy a car, you should not have to give your social security number.
Right. So as every good database developer knows, you won't need a unique ID for each participant in a study or each individual instance. And what better unique ID than a social security number? Because, right, everybody's got a unique ID.
Turns out that's not true, but that's a story for a different date.
Well, and the thing is then when you're working with people who don't have social security numbers because they're not either, for whatever reason they haven't gotten it, or they're not resident in the United States, or then suddenly it becomes a problem and a challenge. So Parker, you've mentioned a couple of times things around the right to be forgotten and the GDPR. So just to kind of spin everybody up, in Europe, there's a much different kind of set of policies around data privacy and security, which ends up affecting things in the US as well. But those laws are the idea that you have a right to be forgotten. So if something happened to you in the past, or you did something in the past and that is now, it was either somebody like saying something nefarious about you, or maybe you serve time and you've done that and you're done with it, that there's a ability to apply to expunge some records. And then there's different kind of privacy laws, which is why we have so many cookie acceptances on so many websites these days. It's actually trying to give you more control over the data that you share. So Parker, you want to talk a little bit about kind of some of these allusions you've been making?
Anything explicit or? Yes, I mean, I guess let's start with just like, maybe, let's just start with the standpoint of like, as a developer, right? You can make your life easier and not, when it comes to GDPR, right? And like, there's a couple of simple things you should do, like we've already talked about, which is like not record data if you don't need it, right? Second one would be like separation of like things that are personal away from things that like maybe you want to use in your application, so that, and like, making a weak connection so that you could easily like remove it if necessary. The third is, again, like, yes, deleting data if you don't need it, right? So keeping like arbitrary data, well, one, it costs money, but like two, it's just the less you have on like about people's behaviors, the better it's going to be, because you may think like, you know what, it's fine, nothing's going to happen. But I could tell you, like, your DevOps person maybe puts a Jenkins server out in the web that you didn't really know, and someone hacks it and then is able to access that data, right? Or like, I say Jenkins because it's notoriously buggy and well, it's patched regularly, let's put it that way. So if you don't keep up, then things happen. But ultimately, like, you may even think like things are fine as far as the privacy laws, but then something nefarious could happen and someone could access all this data that you didn't think was really that important, but now you're actually in trouble because you have all of these, especially if you're a global company, you have all these agencies all across the entire world that you literally have to, each one of them, supply a package in their whatever format they want to be able to say like, okay, here's the users of this affected, or here's like the impact of this to the people that you care about. Here's the impact of this to the people you care about, right? And like, I can tell you, like, you rack up lots of lawyer fees, you rack up tons of like, all sorts of fees around getting people to come in and analyze what happened, because that's sometimes part of the reporting mechanism. So like, just you are just going to be in a better position overall if you keep as little data as possible about what people might consider sensitive, right? And if you don't, you definitely are introducing a risk profile into your company that maybe you haven't really thought about.
Martin, I know that healthcare actually has some pretty strict laws about HIPAA and different things that help make sure that our healthcare data is protected to a better extent. So you want to make sure the audience is aware of some of those?
Sure. Well, healthcare, there's a lot of different categories where you're looking at different levels of risk. And you have to be sensitive to what kind of data you're collecting and about what. So anything you collect about minors is in a different category than adults. There are certain diseases that you have to be very careful how you report. So if someone has an AIDS test, there's particular laws about how you keep that information and how you disclose that to the patient. Similarly, if you want to share information, it'll depend on the situation, what you're allowed to do, and so there's consents that your doctor asks the patient, will ask you for consents. But if you've got if you're in the emergency room and you're unconscious, there's certain data that the doctor can, break the glass, kind of like you break the glass and do a fire alarm. So that's the idea behind break the glass. So there are systems where there's data that's hidden from them, but they say, okay, I am taking responsibility as the doctor, and I'm telling you I must have this information, and then they're protected and they can do that. But if they don't break the glass, they can't get that level of information. So when we build systems in healthcare and when we build interfaces to share information between entities, we make sure to follow all those different rules. And that's why any basic healthcare agency or practice of any size will have a privacy officer that will review the practices. And before you implement any large systems, they'll go through a litany of tests to make sure, and they'll certify you that, yep, you can do that, so we're okay. And so that's kind of the overview.
Those kinds of people, they have law backgrounds, or what's usually their background?
Some of them have law backgrounds, but they have backgrounds in those particular classes that you take. And like one of my business partners is an expert in that, and you're certified.
Yeah, because I find that's where like all these questions eventually go. You're like, can I do this? And then you either have to have someone that's like very, very trained on it, or you're always like talking to legal counsel. It's very expensive. Right?
Well, so you're getting experts that are internal, that are looking at your information. And there's, it's not just a matter of, yes, you're okay to do this. No, you're not okay to do that. It's really about assessing risk, right?
Right, sure.
So if you are an organization that deals with mental health and you think that that's something you want to take on, it means you're taking on a higher level of responsibility to take care of your data and data stewardship. If you're an organization that doesn't deal with mental health, but there's this one little thing that's mental health oriented, your privacy officer or your legal counsel will tell you, do you really want to take that on? It's not your core business, and you're assuming a different level of risk. So those are the kind of questions you're looking at. Healthcare is much more deliberate. There's much bigger penalties, and there's bigger penalties for data breaches, and it also really hurts your reputation. Because if you're reading that your hospital just had a big data breach, not only is it maybe going to cost them $5 million in fines and what have you, it just messes with your reputation.
I think that reputation question is really interesting because, we're all individuals talking, but when you are sort of saying we want companies to secure data and do it correctly and to use it without bias, then what's the gain for them, right? So reputation and the ability to improve sales and economic return are all important. And just as one example of where that reputation really comes to play is like in the US Census. So this last census, there was a back and forth conversation where President Trump wanted to put, so this was during his administration, wanted to put a question on about citizenship. What is your citizenship? And there was a lot of concern in the immigrant community, even for people who were here completely legally or had become naturalized citizens, that there was something nefarious that was behind that. And I'm not going to assert whether there was or wasn't. But the outcome of that meant that even people who were born here, and I would speak to during the census because we were responsible for helping LA folks respond to it and answer the questions, would say, well, yes, but my grandmother is visiting us and she lives with us much of the year, and I don't want them to come and take her away. Or I have a friend who's here illegally and undocumented, and I don't want them to take him away. And if I answer, then there'll be a record of my address. And so, or a record that somebody who is Mexican or somebody who's Colombian lives here. And so you can see it in the response to the US Census is that places where there was more concern about that, there was a much lower rate of return of response. And so just, not that the question ever made it onto the census, but just the concern and the reputation of what that data would be used for affected the outcome of what's a really important instrument for a lot of things for the next 10 years. So have you, maybe one of you seen where a company's reputation either helped them to collect data? Because, you know, we also have corporations that we love or that we're really loyal to or that we have an emotional connection to. And then there's others we don't.
Wait, so your question is, has good reputation of good data stewardship helped a company? I mean, I think, for example, I mean, Apple has touted that for some time, right? And, you know, they've not always, they try to be ahead of it, but that's kind of a moving target, I think. And I have an Android, I'm not an Apple fanboy. Apple. I do have a MacBook. But ultimately, yeah, I mean, I think people really trust Apple when it comes to that, right? And like, you know, this most recent Facebook thing where Apple is really digging into Facebook's ability to generate revenue is actually gaining them even more of a fan base, right? Because like a company like Facebook, who has made a lot of, I would say, they're the opposite, right? They were like people, they have not taken care of their data stewardship. And in return, like their reputation has tanked, right? And so having Apple come in and say like, no, we're good data stewards and we are going to actually limit the ability for this bad data steward to be able to access is like, yeah, I think that plays into a lot to Apple's hand. But there's others for sure. But at Apple, I'd say it comes as like the most dominant one in mind.
That's the one that comes to mind. I think there's more negative than positive when it comes to data stewardship. I had a boss back when I worked in the entertainment industry, and we had a Christmas party, and I said, "Are we going to see you at the party?" He's like, "No, as a rule, I don't go to Christmas parties." I go, "Why?" "Well, I can't think of anyone that's been promoted because of the behavior at a Christmas party, but I know a lot of people that have hurt their careers at a Christmas party, so I don't go." So that's kind of the thing about data. It's much more you're going to hurt yourself than help yourself.
Right. So I know that all of us at DataCon work in data in some way, or hope to work with data in some way. And so I want us to explore kind of what you would say their role should be. Like, what is it around data privacy and security? Because we're not all in cybersecurity, and data privacy and security sometimes seems like something else for somebody else on the team to do. And I think it's really important. I know that at the city of Los Angeles, we recently put in a digital code of ethics. So this is really a sort of a call out to our developers and our vendors to say, we want to empower your teams to call out when something doesn't feel right. So if somebody is using data that's there's a suspected bias. Again, this doesn't mean that anyone has bad intentions. It just means that the way and the methodology or the approach might be introducing something that's biased. Either the data that's being gathered, the methodology, or the way it's being put together. We're particularly focused right now on algorithms being developed, even things like, you know, routing traffic, right? So some things that can seem very mundane, we just want to make sure that people in the teams are empowered to say, hey, I want to ask a question about this, and that we give them that opportunity and that responsibility to do it. Because sometimes, you know, your part in the project is so small, you just do your part, pass it on, do your part, pass it on, and it's hard to kind of understand the end results of that. So what role do you think all of us have to play in this?
I think it's difficult. I think it's unfair for me to say that, like, yes, everyone should speak up, right? Because look, I mean, let's say that you're willing, you want to build your data science career, right? Lots of people wanting to move into it, and so you get this job offer from a company that maybe is not always on the up and up, right? Like, but it's an opportunity for you to break into this space that maybe is like your dream job. So you're going to have these difficult things all the time. And there's some companies even in LA that like certainly don't have business models that I agree with, right? So it's not exactly fair for me to say, but there are some, like, I wouldn't say like it's your job to go like, I'm not working on this, this seems wrong, right? But I would say, because you guys all have to evaluate your own career paths, like, what's important to you at that time. But ultimately, there are subtle things that you can do that I think help, right? So for example, that story I told about, like, not blocking out private areas, right? Like if you were working on that project with me, right? If you had said, we probably should not record these, or at least block them out, like, my response would probably be like, yeah, you actually are probably right. Let's just go ahead and like, build that from the ground up rather than have to strap it on afterwards, right? So like, just mentioning it oftentimes gets the ball rolling and gets like better data stewardship, period, right? Other than that, like, depending upon your level in the company, yeah, it's incredibly difficult. Like, when you're actually, I would say, higher up in a company where you could actually like impact how things are done, right? So like maybe you can't necessarily impact what they want to accomplish, but ultimately you would probably impact the route they take there to be a little bit safer, right? And again, always, people don't think about it. It's like a bomb, right? So like you don't think about it until it's too late. It's already like, blown up in your face. So always try to approach it from the guise of like, look, let's say that someday they make companies audit if they have like certain data types, right? Like we want to make it easier on ourselves. So if we can't think of a use for this, or this doesn't make sense for what we're trying to do, then let's not do it, right? Just like think of the future, right? So if you just assume a future where like, and the ball's already rolling towards there, where data is becoming more and more eyes on how people use data, right? It's not out of the question to assume that there's going to be laws enacted that are going to affect the systems that you built in the past, right? And so building them with an eye towards the future, I think will overall help the company you're at.
I agree with what Parker is saying, and I won't go over the same ground, but let me add another couple little points to filter. One is, especially if you're starting out, absolutely do look at the kind of companies you want to work for, and just be really clear about like, why are you here on this earth and what are you trying to promulgate? And you may have different views than I do, or Parker or Gene have, but really think about, do you want to work for a company that's going to ask you to do things 2 years from now that you don't really want to do? So that's one area. The second piece, I think, okay, you're already working for this company, it's an ethical company, but you may not be comfortable with something. The requirements, the business requirements, are the things that are going to go to ethics to begin with, right? So that's not really data. But once you've got, let's say, good business requirements, there's two places where ethical practices are driven. And one is user interface, working closely with data. And often in the requirements phase, those two will be teamed up together, because you want to know what to capture, you want to know what it's going to look like for the client to look at that. So one thing to look at from the data perspective is you should know the best practices. Yes, you want unique IDs. Don't use social security numbers. That's an easy one. But there are healthy practices that you can educate yourself about. So just practice good data hygiene. And then from the user view, if you research into what dark patterns are, and there's a combination of data and UI. My brother, the free plug, my brother gives a great presentation on dark patterns, Joe Devon from Diamond. But if you look at you just Google it, you can find plenty of information. This is how you present data that would limit the user's choices, how you present data that gives you a misleading perspective, the kind of data that you're capturing that don't need to be captured. I think that's where the ethics come in.
I'm just going to be a little controversial and say that I think that you all have the power to make the data products you work on better and more ethical. And it can be really scary at times, because you may not be very high up, or you may be new to an organization. And you don't have to stand up in a meeting and shout down everybody, but you can go to somebody who's your mentor at that organization. You can go to somebody even at a different organization and talk about it. You can reach back to maybe one of your professors at college. Sometimes there's privacy officers, or even, you know, your supervisor, to just, you know, kind of voice what you're concerned about. Now, it may be that there's somebody else further down the line who's actually doing that check and balance, but it could be that sometimes people just don't think about it. And most people at most organizations that are the kind that you want to work for are going to want the final product to be trusted and have that good reputation for the company. So it's important to work for a company that you feel is going to ask you to do the kind of work that you are going to be proud of. And I just want to say that we are hiring 1,000 people a month for the next year at the City of Los Angeles. So come see me afterwards, or email me at jean.home@lacity.org. And if you're interested in working for the city and making a difference. But I think you all have the power to know what the right thing to do is, and that you'll figure out the right person to help bring in to that discussion if you're concerned about something on your projects. Because it's really up to all of us to make data science an ethical field, and to make sure that as we move forward, that these artificial intelligence systems, machine learning, and different components are ones that really represent the best for our world. So we just have a few more minutes, and I want to just let everybody say some parting thoughts. Parker?
I do have a response. So I do find that, like, if you are senior enough, and generally as to probably thinking about, like, okay, this data, I'm building this model, and it needs to integrate with this product, and here's how it's going to look, and here's how it's going to be used, right? But I find that, like, certainly more junior people aren't always thinking about how it's going to be used, which makes that whole, like, understanding of whether or not there's lines being crossed or potentially crossed very difficult. So I would say, like, yes, to all the people that aren't, you know, very senior here, that is one thing that, you know, you should absolutely make sure you're getting, not just for data privacy, just so that it'll help you build better products, right? Understand the context for how it's actually what's being built, why it's being built, how it's going to integrate, and what the ultimately, like, goal you're trying to accomplish as a product, rather than just like, I want to get this certain accuracy on this model.
Yeah, that's really good. Just to elaborate on something Jean is saying, you know, from my perspective, if you're picking the right company, you're working for a company that is going to listen to your concerns, and you bring it up, you know, it could be a really good conversation. Hey, you know, looking at this from a data perspective, I think we're asking too much of the customer, and maybe we should be doing this. It's not necessarily that someone's giving you something nefarious if you're working for the right company. If you're working for the wrong company, they're not going to listen to you, and they're not going to care, and, you know, just my perspective. So choosing the right company is one where your voice can be heard.
I think there's communities that are, I mean, represented here at this conference. So RMDS is a great community in the Pasadena area. DataCon, you know, has these annual events, but they have other events too. And then we also have an organization called Data for Good here in Los Angeles, and we have monthly webinars. And so these are like safe spaces to also, like, take a little abstraction about whatever's concerning you at work, or just have, you know, colleagues who understand the intricacies to talk about. So, you know, if you're junior and you're like, I feel really uncomfortable speaking up at my work about this, there are others that you can kind of at least get a sense of what's happening in the community and what some of the standards and norms are. We're all here for each other. Like, our work is hard. And being able to do it together and kind of bounce our ideas off each other is what's going to make us really have some big changes and breakthroughs. So I'd just like to thank all of you online, all of you listening here today, and Martin and Parker for some really amazing thoughts, and I'll see you guys all online. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone, for this great session. Just gonna ask the panel members, would you like to take one or two questions from the audience? Does anyone in the audience have maybe a question? Yes, please.
So
Sorry.
the question was about the role of GDPR and the impact it has on our work today? Parker actually been kind of.
That's a good question. Again, I am not a lawyer. The way that I would say GDPR mostly impacted me in the past, for example, would be, or my teams and the companies I work for, is less about what you can and can't do, and more about transparency and other and more controls over your own data, right? So, for example, like prior to GDPR, like if someone's like, "Hey, I don't like you having this data, please remove it," right? We'd just be like, "Yeah, sorry, that's kind of like we need that for this product," right? And there would be nothing you could do, right? But now, I mean, and so like now it's like with GDPR, for example, and I'm not up to speed so much as on CCPA since it was like a working draft for a long time, and then I can't remember where, I'm not quite sure where I wound up, but ultimately with GDPR, it's like you can inspect your data. We have to be upfront about whether or not we are going to sell your data or how we're going to package your data, right? You have the right to be forgotten, which is not necessarily the same as like deleting your data. It just means like removing the links that could possibly connect you to your data, for example. Yeah, so it's a lot more control, more so than just what you can and can't do.
That just because you don't have a base in the European Union doesn't mean GDPR doesn't affect you. If you do business there or people are buying products off your site, those rules also apply to you. So kind of as we become more of an integrated online global community, the things in one country and the rules there often affect, a company that's somewhere else, but is doing business in there.
Okay, great. Quick question from a different perspective. I don't work for a big company. I work for a relatively small company, and I was the first data person that was brought in. So I'm kind of tasked with trying to figure out how to go about managing, being respecting people's data and going about this sensitively and taking the proper safeguards. So something that you mentioned, looking at a code of ethics or building our own code of ethics, or studying these laws like GDPR. Like, what should be my approach in making sure that I don't miss something? Someone who's relatively junior. Like, I don't want to make sure I'm missing something, and then we have this big hole in the future, and we look back and say, "Oh, we missed this." So, any guidance on how to approach that?
Yeah, so I'm a big proponent of sort of micro courses online. So thinking about looking at either case studies, like you could just sort of be like, when you think of a company kind of like yours, but that is maybe more further along, then you can go to be like, well, how did that company structure it? Did they ever publish any papers about what they did? The other thing is kind of looking at course curriculum. And we're standing here at USC, and finding those sort of micro courses I think are really good. And then I find that I'm getting a lot out of both giving and participating in webinars these days. But going to the ones that are also saying, and at the end we'll give you a toolkit, right? So the idea of being like hearing the perspective, but then at the end having like a checklist, like what the heck am I supposed to do? And then participating in these communities like RMDS and DataCon and Data for Good, like we're all there to help each other.
So also it depends where what jurisdictions you wind under, right? So like if you fall under GDPR, right, then part of that law, and again, it's about transparency and control, but there's one other aspect, which is like there's processes you have to go through that are more about, do you have your stuff together in the company? Are you organized, right? Are you thinking about these things? So for example, you have to detail all the types of data you have and like certain procedures that accompany them, right? There has to be somebody that in your company that's going to be the GDPR person that, like, if there's any questions that they get sent to them, right? So these processes, like why I'm mentioning this to you is like, if you have to follow those, then that's usually a good starting point anyway to like figure out like, okay, what data do we have? Like what things might be important and what things might not be important. But it's regarding like, as your team grows, yeah, like, look, getting a good data culture is really important, and there are several ways to do it. One, like, I would definitely, not even just much a code of ethics, but like put together whatever you want to call it, like, you know, bullet points about what your team is and the behaviors you expect, right? And, you know, emphasize it regularly. That was one of the biggest shocks. Like, lots of things in, like, lots of cultural things in a team propagate automatically, right? But certain things that require, that maybe like are kind of a pain to think about, don't, right? So you have to regularly emphasize, like, okay, no, you can't copy this data to your laptop. No, you can't do this, right? Like, and rather than saying people, like, catching them and saying, no, it's better just to be upfront and like have it built into the way that you like regularly communicate with the team, so that everyone is on the same page about expectations around behavior and expectations regarding data ethics.
So I have a question coming from a company, not in my volunteer shirt. So I'm a co-founder of a company that is called Upful. We created a platform that helps coach people to be less biased, more inclusive, and we are going through the process of like SOC 2 compliance and stuff like that. So we're learning all the, you know, the rules and regulations and everything. It seems really important to go through all the processes and to learn about what to keep and what not to keep. And one of the biggest struggles we had was not keeping all the data and learning to limit what we kept so that we could still make good informed decisions about trying to create a model that could learn but not be biased, but to detect bias and things like that. And so I was wondering what your opinions are about this sort of area of science.
Detecting bias?
Yeah, well, detecting bias and creating platforms that instead of trying to avoid bias are looking for the presence of bias or the...
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting challenge. I could definitely see, I mean, you're never gonna be able to catch everything, and every data set's slightly different, but especially like, okay, so I could imagine, for example, if you want to do business with the city of LA, right? That, and let's say you have this predictive model that can really like kick ass, right? That there is some program that they're going to put you through that essentially would say like, hey, you need to check with this provider and make sure that your models aren't too biased for us, right? So I could totally see that at some point winding up being part of a process, especially working with like governmental entities or entities that, like, you know, if it's truly important for them to be unbiased, right? Like, and they, you're not going to detect it obviously in your accuracy metrics, right? And lots of different places, but yeah, I could totally see that being a business model that's going to grow as, especially if you have data sets that no one else has, right? That help that, because for example, let's say I have a slim data set that comes from like, you know, like an app, right? And so you want to build a multi-$100 million product off of it, right? And then you roll it out and you realize that it's really only useful for 1% of the population because the data that you have is so biased. So yes, like I could definitely see money being spent to understand early on whether this is the biased data set or not.
I think it's fascinating, and I'd love to talk to you more about it actually. Okay, well, I'm here today. So I think part of it is companies companies that maybe have one or two data scientists, and they're struggling to like understand this, but they want to understand if there's bias. Companies also economically, if there's bias in their data, they may not be serving their products to the right customers, or maybe not developing the right products. I know, for example, one of the things we've seen is like the changing way in which we gather data about gender identity. So for example, if you looked at some of our old data at the city, you would think that there were only men and women, there were no people who were transgender, right? But that's only because we didn't have a category. We didn't allow that selection and definition of data within our data set. So it's not that something doesn't exist, it's that the way we've structured it, which we've structured differently now, but in the past, the way we've structured it either wasn't aware of that or precluded it or excluded it intentionally, whatever it was. So I think that companies economically want to understand, certainly if their bias is keeping them from making more money or serving more customers. Anything to add?
I think you got it.
I'm right here.
Thank you so much. I think that will conclude our session today. I would like to thank the audience here and on Zoom, and especially the panelist members for a great session. And hopefully this will inspire more people to come back for DataCon 2023. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You're really good at this.
Good job.